Coming up on this edition of Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at the future of aeronautics at NASA. We'll find out about a new governmental and commercial partnership that will help guide the transformation into the next generation air system. We will also find out about a unique airplane that may soon be flying on Mars. And we take a look back at several of NASA's aeronautic success stories. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Kara O'Brien and welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow. On this episode, we'll be focusing on the role NASA plays in aeronautics research. NASA has a long and rich history of pioneering achievements, but if you ask almost anyone what NASA's mission is, virtually everyone would say something related to space. Although that's true to a certain extent, NASA is much more than just the nation's space agency. Aeronautics is also a major area of study for NASA. Although NASA's work in space has received a great deal of attention, less is known about the aeronautics research it's performed. This research has dramatically improved every aspect of air travel as we know it, from the preeminence of American military air power over the world's battlefields to the safety and reliability of general aviation and commercial passenger flights of today. Although aeronautics research is considered a mature science, there is still a great need to continue researching and developing flight for the 21st century. Important roles in aviation safety and security, modernization of the national airspace, and developments in revolutionary new vehicles are just a few areas that will undoubtedly need to be addressed in the coming years. The role for aeronautics research is particularly important when you consider that the number of passengers is expected to double in 10 years and triple in 20 years to 1.8 billion passengers. These numbers are daunting considering today's aviation system often shows signs of gridlock. Congested airports, flight delays, and unreliable service have unfortunately become commonplace. But a unique partnership between government and industry hopes to change the current situation, making air travel for the 21st century much easier, safer, and more reliable. Here's Johnny Alonso to find out more.
The landscape of air travel has changed dramatically since the first scheduled commercial flight took off in January of 1914. In that first year of planned flights, a whopping 1,205 passengers climbed aboard commercial aircraft. Americans soon fell in love with the idea of air travel, leading to a boom in the numbers of commercial flights. From 3 million in 1940 to 55 million in 1956 to well over 600 million today. And this number is only expected to increase in the next decade. By some estimates, there could be over 1 billion passengers in the air in the very near future. But with this increased number of flights, pressure is beginning to build on our already overburdened air infrastructure. Long lines, delayed flights, safety concerns, and a host of other issues have changed the once glamorous dream of flight into a nightmare for many flyers. With this increased number of passenger flights crowding into an already clogged airspace, it's plain to see that today's aviation system cannot meet 21st century needs. To address this problem, a unique governmental and commercial plan is being developed to create the Next Generation Air Transportation System, or NGATS. Designed by the Joint Planning and Development Office, or JPDO, this collaborative team has developed a multi-stage approach to transform the ailing aviation system. To help us understand what the JPDO hopes to accomplish, I spoke with Dr. Sherry Borner at the National Air and Space Museum's Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center near Washington Dulles International Airport to find out more.
Well, the NGATS is the Next Generation Air Transportation System. It's our vision for how the future of aviation and the delivery of aviation services in the country will be. So it includes everything from the changes in the airplanes that you see around you here,
Sure.
the way that air traffic control will be handled, even the way passengers will be processed in terminals and the kind of information that will be available to them while they're waiting for their flights or trying to find their baggage. The people who are involved in the Joint Planning and Development Office are doing their best to make the experience of actually flying pleasant, but not only that, they want to make it possible for many, many more people to take advantage of the system. We really want the system to be very predictable and reliable because it is the backbone of so much of what the country does. The aviation system really contributes to every part of American life, so it shouldn't be a pain in that way. It should be something that's really enhancing. So we're trying to deal with the airport problem, we're trying to deal with the throughput problem, but we're also trying to deal with the problems that aviation causes as a result of, emissions and noise. So a lot of NASA's research is actually aimed at making engines more efficient so they make fewer pollutants and they're less damaging, and the noise footprint from the aircraft is minimized so people can live near the airport like they do here at Dulles. The final thing is that we want to be able to accommodate anybody's way of doing business or wanting to use the system. So that means we have to have all kinds of partners because they need to work together. They all affect the aviation system. So the FAA and NASA are involved, but also the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Commerce, and even the Department of Defense.
So what's the problem with today's system?
Well, it's not that the system has problems. In fact, it's that the system is very good. And people want to use the system so much that we're running out of capacity. So if we keep doing things the way we do them now, which are very safe, we will not be able to continue to grow at the rate that people want us to. And we would like to be able to give everybody the opportunity to fly the way that they do now. If they want to go home for Thanksgiving and they want to take 25 people with them, they should be able to do it. So we have to change.
When do you think this change will occur?
Oh, wow, things are changing right now. The controllers, a large number of them are near retirement. So the way that the controllers do their jobs is going to change very, very soon. In addition to that, there's a movement afoot to change the way that we handle fuel burn and emissions so that we'll be able to operate in a lot of smaller airports, make a lot less noise. So if you looked at the changes that will happen, they will be continuous between now and 2025. All the partners in the JPDO want this system to be different, and this is the perfect time for us to be making the change. So many different things are going to happen anyway, that this is the moment to make the system exactly the way we would like it to be instead of putting in a patch here and there to make it go along 5 or 6 more years. So everybody in the JPDO has really put their hearts into developing the best approach so that we can actually deliver the goods at the end of the day.
I'll be back later in the show to discuss the historic and revolutionary flight of the X-43 aircraft. But before that, did you know that in the early days of flight, there was no radio communication between aircraft and the ground? In fact, one of the first commercial airlines, the Aeromarine flying boat, used homing pigeons to relay messages to the ground from 1920 to 1923. With the pigeon coop attached to the wing, an intrepid Aeromarine employee would pull one of the birds from the coop, wrap a message on its leg, then throw it out of the plane. This technique was only marginally successful due to the fact that many of the pigeons were eaten by hawks on their way back to their home base. This practice was stopped in 1923 when radios were added to the planes, making the pigeons obsolete.
In recent years, Mars has been in the forefront of scientific study. With NASA's new goal to have human crews land on Mars in the near future, there has been a big push to learn more about the red planet. Although our current rovers, landers, and satellites have provided a wealth of information about Mars, huge gaps in our knowledge still exist. In an effort to help bridge this gap, NASA planners are discussing new missions that can be used to help prepare for human exploration there. One mission currently under review is an aerial survey of Mars using a rocket-powered airplane. This type of mission would give scientists a detailed look at Mars, which is not currently available using our existing rovers and satellites. Jennifer Pulley finds out more.
Perhaps the most studied planet in our solar system other than Earth is Mars. Since the 1960s, NASA scientists have been sending robotic missions there that have helped us better understand the red planet. Now, these missions provided a great wealth of information about Mars, but they've had their limitations. Martian orbital satellites have given us a good overview of Mars, but have not been able to provide us with all of the detailed information that scientists need. Other missions, such as the Viking landers and the Mars Exploration Rover missions, have also been very valuable, but have only been able to provide us with information from a very small section of the planet. These limitations reduce the amount of scientific information needed by NASA researchers to plan for long-term robotic and human missions to Mars. To help bridge this gap, many believe that new missions need to be planned that can gather important information over long distances while also remaining close to the ground. One mission currently being discussed is a Mars airplane called the Aerial Regional Scale Environmental Survey of Mars, or ARES for short. Now, this rocket-powered aircraft would be able to take important measurements of the Martian surface and atmosphere, which have previously proven to be elusive. To help us better understand how this aircraft would work, I spoke with Dr. Joel LaVergne at NASA Langley Research Center.
Ares is an airplane that will fly about a mile above the surface of Mars, and it will travel for hundreds to thousands of miles. It's designed to fly through the atmosphere of Mars and obtain measurements of the surface, the atmosphere, and climate of Mars that could not be obtained any other way. Up to now, we've put orbiters around Mars, and we've put landers and rovers around Mars. Orbiters circle the planet, and they make continuous measurements of the whole planet, but they don't have very good spatial resolution. What that means is, if there were a football field on Mars, we probably wouldn't see it from orbit because they're 250 miles above the planet. On the other hand, landers and rovers are on the surface. They count every rock and every stone on the surface. Ares will be an intermediate platform. It will allow us for the first time to combine the measurements made from orbiters with the measurements made from landers. Ares is not a small airplane. Ares is like a Cessna. It has a wingspan of 22 feet and it's 16 feet long. And because it's so big, we have to fold Ares up. We fold the tail over the body, we fold the wings under the plane. And we put Ares in an aeroshell. The aeroshell enters the atmosphere of Mars, traveling 17,000 miles an hour. Then Ares pops out of the aeroshell and unfolds and begins its flight.
Dr. LaVergne, what will Ares be able to tell us about Mars that we don't already know?
Another very interesting thing an airplane can do that an orbiter can't do is sample the atmosphere from within the atmosphere. We call that in situ sampling. And the airplane will carry instrumentation that will actually bring samples of the Mars atmosphere in the airplane, where we analyze it with special chemical instrumentation. And one of the things that we can look for, and one of the things we plan to look for, are certain gases in the atmosphere of Mars that are only produced by biological activity.
Recent observations from the Mars Express orbital satellite have detected chemical signatures that show the presence of methane gas on Mars. The discovery of methane is important because it's known that 99.9% of all methane found in our Earth's atmosphere is produced by living organisms. The positive detection of methane on Mars gives us a great deal of hope that life does in fact exist there. But the satellite observations that took these measurements can only see a very broad section of Mars and are not able to pinpoint the source of the methane. This is where the Ares aircraft would come in. It would be able to travel to a promising spot and fly low enough to pinpoint the source of the methane. Once the methane source is pinpointed, the instruments aboard Ares would be able to determine if the methane is in fact a signature of life. This is very important because the measurements returned from Ares could definitively prove the existence of life on another world. Now, this is an unmanned aircraft, right? So what type of instruments will be on board Ares?
Right now, if we had to decide on the science payload, we would pick an instrument that analyzes the atmosphere. We would also have an instrument which would look at the ground of Mars as we fly over, and it will measure the mineralogy and chemical composition of the ground. We'll also study magnetism in the crust of Mars. And one of the most exciting instruments on the airplane is not really a scientific instrument. It's a video camera. The video camera will be in the tail of the plane. As we fly, the airplane will be in the foreground, and in the background you'll see the Mars surface as we fly over. What better way than to bring the public, to bring the world with us as we fly through the atmosphere of Mars? We believe we can help rewrite the textbook about planet Mars with our first flight of Ares on Mars.
So how will you control Ares from the Earth? Will it be done remotely?
We're not going to control Ares remotely because the time it takes for a radio signal to go from Earth to Mars or Mars to Earth can be 15 minutes to 30 minutes because of the distance involved. We will pre-program Ares, and if something happens during the one-year flight to Mars, we can alter the computer program. We can transmit new instructions to the airplane in the spacecraft as it's flying to Mars.
If Ares is going to be flying in the Martian atmosphere, how do you test it here on Earth?
The atmosphere of Mars is very, very thin. It's about 1% of the thickness of the Earth's atmosphere. In fact, near the surface of Mars, the atmosphere is like the Earth's atmosphere at 100,000 feet. This presents a very interesting problem because, as you know, an airplane depends on lift to fly. Lift depends on the density of the atmosphere. So what our engineers had to do is design and build an airplane that has a very large area on the wing, and the airfoil, which is a curvature of the wing, had to be designed in such a way to give maximum lift. Now, we have tested the airplane in several wind tunnels at the NASA Langley Research Center, and in September 2002, we actually did a high-altitude test. The plane was put in a high-altitude helium balloon. It went up over 100,000 feet. It was folded up. We deployed the airplane from the balloon. It started to fall to Earth. Then the wings snapped open and the tail opened, and it was in controlled flight. So we tested this under Mars conditions.
How can the Ares mission contribute to human exploration of Mars and beyond?
Ares can scout out the area where humans will land, make sure it's safe, it's level, there are no craters, no mountains, no hills. Because we're close to the planet, we get very high resolution measurements. Another thing that Ares can do, which is very important, is we believe there's water below the surface of Mars. And humans will use that water for drinking and for other resource management once on the surface. Ares can determine which areas of the surface of Mars have subsurface water. So we believe that even though Ares was designed for scientific exploration of Mars, that there is an important role for Ares to support the exploration of humans, reduce risk, and ensure the safety of humans living and exploring Mars. On December 17, 1903, not too far from the Langley Research Center in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, history was made with the flight of the first powered airplane. Our lives have not been the same since. We are hoping and expect that the first flight on Mars by Ares will revolutionize the way we study planets, will revolutionize the way we obtain scientific data, and will provide a new and important tool to ensure the safety of humans living and exploring on Mars.
Researchers believe that this type of aerial exploration may also be used on other planets as well. Of course, one of the key areas of study for NASA researchers here on our home planet is the safety of passenger flights. This concern has been a cornerstone of research from early studies in stalling and icing problems up through our present safety issues. While NASA researchers have had innumerable successes in aircraft safety, one of the most important came with the development of effective wind shear detection. Here's Brad Breckenridge to tell us how NASA researchers solved one of the biggest aircraft safety problems in recent history.
Not long ago, a very dangerous form of wind shear called a microburst was one of the leading causes of aircraft accidents around the world. This sudden downburst of air was identified as causing over 25 airline accidents between 1964 and 1985, resulting in 625 fatalities. With mounting public pressure to help prevent these types of accidents from occurring again, researchers at NASA were asked to develop technologies which would help aircraft detect and avoid these dangerous microbursts. The wind shear detection system that resulted from this pioneering work has undoubtedly changed flying for the better. Forever. In the summer of 1985, an all-out effort was made to understand the wind shear phenomenon after another deadly aircraft accident occurred due to wind shear. Within months of this accident, researchers at NASA began conducting tests on systems that could help aircraft detect and possibly avoid these deadly winds. But before a solution could be found, researchers needed to know exactly how wind shear, and specifically the more dangerous microburst wind shear, worked. They understood that wind shear is a sudden change in wind velocity in a given direction. Aircraft often experience these shifts in winds while in flight, but at higher altitudes, they have enough speed and height to compensate. Although, when an aircraft encounters wind shear during a takeoff or landing, it's much more serious. This is because the plane is close to the ground and has very little extra speed to maneuver. In a microburst, a column of air cools rapidly and generates intense downbursts that create powerful wind currents near ground level. These downbursts are especially dangerous because they often mislead pilots into making wrong decisions. When first entering a downburst, the pilot notices a performance-enhancing headwind, which causes him to naturally pull back on the engines. This headwind is then followed by a sudden downdraft, which rapidly pushes the aircraft downward, followed by an extreme tailwind. Because the engines are already at a low power setting due to the pilot's first instinct to throttle back, the aircraft does not have enough power to climb out of the downburst, potentially causing an accident. With this knowledge in hand, NASA researchers knew they had to find a way to give aircraft enough warning to either power up and fly through the wind shear or to avoid it altogether. Since ground-based radar systems already existed, researchers began developing a system to be installed on the aircraft itself. To be successful, this system would need to give pilots at least 10 to 60 seconds prior warning to avoid danger. After years of developing advanced sensor technologies in NASA labs on the ground, it was time to test the system in the air. For these experiments, NASA Langley's 737 aircraft was chosen to be the flying test bed. The only way to accurately determine if a system worked well was to fly the aircraft into a microburst, putting the aircraft and crew in danger. Researchers tested several types of sensors, but a system called forward-looking Doppler radar held the most promise. In June of 1991, the first airborne flight tests were conducted aboard the 737. This research continued through the summer of 1992. But by the end of testing, researchers had successfully developed a wind shear detection system that gave pilots at least 40 seconds of warning prior to entering a microburst. Finally, the wind shear problem had been solved. This system was so successful that a commercial version was available within a year. Today, every major air carrier in the United States has forward-looking wind shear radars installed aboard their aircraft. The wind shear program at NASA Langley has been universally praised by both government and industry as being an invaluable life-saving tool. Perhaps the best praise for this program came from former Langley Center Director Jeremiah Creedon, who said, "This is NASA at its best. We might get that good again, but we can't get any better."
NASA researchers are continuing to find ways to make flying safer through an innovative plan called the Aviation Safety and Security Program. The goal of this program is to reduce accident rates by a factor of 10 over the next 20 years. Coming up, we'll look at the success of the hypersonic air-breathing X-43 aircraft. But first,
Did you know that the 737 used by NASA in the wind shear test was actually the first 737 ever built? After it was acquired in 1974, this airborne trailblazer went on to participate in over 20 groundbreaking NASA programs, including critical work in the development of glass cockpits, data link for air traffic control, microwave landing systems, runway friction testing, and the satellite-based global positioning systems. In its over 20 years of service, this single plane helped transform and redesign NASA's in-flight research programs. It was replaced with a 757 aircraft in the mid-90s and was finally retired from service on September 19, 1997. It is currently being housed at the Boeing Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington.
currently it costs about $10,000 per pound to lift payload into space. With this type of expense, NASA researchers are looking for alternate means to reach orbit. One possible solution currently on the table would use air-breathing scramjet technology to lower costs. This aeronautical principle was first studied in the 1960s with successful tests on the X-15 airplane and has recently been tested again in the groundbreaking HyperX program. The X-43 aircraft used during testing broke all previous air-breathing speed records, flying at more than 7,000 miles per hour. Let's go back to Johnny Alonso to find out how it works.
On November 16, 2004, NASA made history with the third and final flight of the X-43A, a rocket-powered vehicle that tested the limits of an air-breathing engine by flying at more than 7,000 miles per hour. Preliminary data from NASA's HyperX research vehicle showed its scramjet engine worked successfully at nearly 10 times the speed of sound, as it flew at about 110,000 feet. This flight was a key milestone and a major step forward in producing boosters that may send large and vital payloads into space in a reliable, safe, and inexpensive manner. The success of the HyperX program may ultimately help advance the vision for space exploration while helping to progress commercial aviation technology into the 21st century. NASA Dryden Chief Engineer Laurie Marshall worked on the HyperX program through the last historic flight and explains the significance of its success.
The X-43A flights definitely represent an important milestone in aviation history.
Similar to the way that the Wright brothers paved the way by demonstrating that powered flight was possible, the X-43A has demonstrated that scramjet-powered hypersonic flight was possible and opened the door for new aircraft designs. The flight data from our X-43A flights will form the building blocks for the future designs of these new aircraft. There are several different applications in which hypersonic flight or scramjet engine technology could be used. Some of them are commercial, some maybe even focusing on spaceflight. As far as spaceflight goes, there's a few different applications that could be used. During the course of the HyperX program, we've often talked about reducing the cost of access to space, and that's clearly one thing, but I think that really comes from the fact that we could fly more frequently, and the turnaround times would be shorter. Another thing that we could actually benefit by using scramjet technology or hypersonic flight would be to make your flights safer. And that really comes from the fact that your vehicle would fly more like an airplane as opposed to a rocket. So now that the X-43A has demonstrated that scramjet-powered hypersonic flight is doable, what's next? Well, there's always new concepts and new technologies out there that need to be explored. Researchers are constantly working on those things. While one group of researchers is going to be working to develop and perfect the scramjet engine technology that we've demonstrated here, another group can be looking at new concepts like anti-gravity or speed of light. Basically, they're going to be working to turn science fiction into science fact.
Who knows? Current aviation as we know it might be a thing of the past. Aviation technology is undergoing some of the most impressive and revolutionary changes that we've seen since the Wright brothers' first flight in 1903. Across the world, designers are racing to create fantastic new aircraft that can fly humans higher, faster, and further than ever before. Airliners will eventually take us into the edge of space and around the planet in minutes, while utilizing new propulsion systems that might make the jet engine obsolete.
That's it for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
So you love animals, have always loved animals, right? And you think you might want to devote your whole career life to working with them? It can be extremely rewarding, that's for sure. Can't it? And then again, there are those days. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina. You know, I didn't set out to be an animal ambassador. In fact, that never even entered my mind. Like most people that work with animals, from the time I can remember, I've always loved them. But believe it or not, what really made me decide I wanted to work with them was books. I loved the Tarzan series, and then I read all I could get my hands on about animal intelligence and communication. And Jane Goodall was one of my heroes. Throughout high school, I supported animal rescue organizations, and after I graduated, I attended Moore Park College in Los Angeles. Moore Park's also known as America's Teaching Zoo, and there I studied exotic animal training and management. And this program gave me a really varied background in animal training, care, handling, wildlife education, veterinary skills, and more. During college, I visited SeaWorld and knew that was where I wanted to work. I applied, was hired, and started out training pinnipeds at Sea Lion and Otter Stadium, and eventually worked with all the different animals throughout the entire park. Ultimately, I became SeaWorld of San Diego's curator of animal training, exposing me to every aspect of animal care in a zoological park setting. So how did I get from animal curator to animal ambassador? Well, I think it was definitely destiny. One of my roles at SeaWorld had been media spokesperson for the parks. More and more, conservation was becoming a very personal issue for me, and I became extremely passionate about animal habitat and preservation, as well as working with partners that support conservation. When the animal ambassador job was offered, I readily accepted. It gave me the opportunity to combine everything I loved and believed in. That's my story, but there are lots of others. So get ready to hear about some common and not so common jobs working with animals. Who knows? You might discover your own career path by the end of this program. And in the meantime, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, who has a pretty unusual job himself.
What do you mean, an unusual job? Doesn't everybody get to do what I get to do? Well, no question, I have a pretty cool job as a beluga whale trainer at SeaWorld. You know, working as an animal trainer is one of the most desired jobs at SeaWorld, and quite honestly, it's one of the toughest to get. Now, the competition is fierce, and once you make that first cut, well, the hands-on portion of the interview, it just gets tougher.
Before I talk about the challenges of being a SeaWorld animal trainer, let me just say that it's definitely got its rewards. It's all about caring for animals while giving the general public some fun facts and a good time. So, if you're passionate about animals, here's what you need to do in order to qualify for an interview. You must be 18 years of age and scuba certified. You can't be shy about working in front of large groups of people because education and entertainment are a big part of a trainer's responsibility. A background in psychology or animal science is helpful, and strong swimming skills are absolutely essential. Check it out. You need to swim a 220-foot freestyle, 120 feet underwater, surface dive 24 feet, pick up a 5-pound weight and bring it to the surface, all in 72-degree salt water, without a wetsuit. That's right. It's bathing suits only. Now, you might assume that animal trainers have it easy. Well, let's rethink that. It's not 9 to 5, it's not weekdays only, and it's not just about direct animal contact. And like any job, there are days when everything runs like a top, and there are days where nothing goes right. Good and bad, easy and tough, down and dirty. It's all in a day's work as a SeaWorld animal trainer, but the payoff's definitely worth it.
Luckily, if you visit any of the Anheuser-Busch adventure parks and participate in one of our interactive programs, we won't put you through quite a rigorous orientation. Well, as much fun as it is working hands-on with animals at the park, it's just as exciting working with animals in the field. Take a look at what I mean.
It's August in Canada, the short time of year for the sweet taste of summer. It's also the best time to spot pods of beluga whales during their seasonal visit. 800 miles north of Winnipeg, the town of Churchill lies beside the Hudson Bay. Beluga whales are plentiful this time of year on their annual migration. They come to the mouth of the Churchill River where the waters are warmer, the fish plentiful, and to raise their calves. It's a perfect opportunity to observe natural behaviors and patterns, at least for the time being. Unfortunately, very little is known about where the beluga whales go or what they do after they leave Churchill. Belugas are curious by nature, and you can see that they like to have fun with the camera as well as the boats. This lack of fear made them an easy target when hunting was allowed until the 1960s. Known as sea canaries, belugas are very vocal, and their audible sounds can be monitored and analyzed as a way of learning more about their communication patterns. There is still much to be learned about beluga whales, but researching their behaviors in their home waters allows us to take this information and incorporate it into our park habitats. When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction. One of our most popular activities at SeaWorld San Antonio is participating in a BIP, Beluga Interaction Program. Guests sign up for a BIP in advance, then attend a brief orientation and classroom training program on site where they learn what to expect when they get in the water with the whales.
To touch them, to have them respond to me, to look in the eye that closely was something that was real special.
It's the only place in the world you can do this.
See what I mean? When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction.
You know, even the smaller animals we use in our education programs receive expert care. Park personnel we refer to as our animal string have to know how to care for snakes, baby alligators, turtles, shark hatchlings, rabbits, hedgehogs, and tarantulas. The animal string has to know about a whole range of creatures. It's an amazing thing.
Animal training sure is an exciting job to have, but what about the obvious animal career? Veterinary medicine. What do you say we take a look at veterinarians in a not-so-obvious way?
Proceed with the operation. Roger. 30 seconds.
What words come to mind when you imagine what it must be like to be a veterinarian in a zoological park? Variety might be one word. Diversity might be another. Or how about multitasking? One thing is certain. To be an effective vet in a zoological park, you gotta have a pretty broad knowledge base. You just never know when you might need to draw blood from a dolphin, help birth a rhinoceros, or fix a cracked shell on a sea turtle. I recently tagged along with SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Walsh. He completely understands this required diversity.
Well, being a veterinarian at SeaWorld is a lot of work, but we're exposed to animals anywhere from a 10-gram bird or a baby sea turtle to a 10,000-pound killer whale. In fact, lately we've been working on a 300-pound female alligator that has a foot infection.
Well, were you able to actually clear up the infection?
I think so.
Dr. Walsh has to function not only as an alligator surgeon, but also as a bird doctor, a whale vet, and a sea lion dentist.
We get a look at the gums, the teeth, the tongue, everything in there to make sure it's okay.
What's one of the most satisfying parts of being a vet? Busch Gardens' Dr. Burton shares his #1 pick.
I think probably the most gratifying part of the job is when we see births of new animals. And very seldom do we actually get to observe the birth. Usually we come in the morning and we find a new baby. But since I've been here at Busch Gardens, I've actually had the opportunity to watch a couple of giraffe births, and that's very gratifying, very special experience.
Knowledge comes in many forms, and for some vets, just knowing about animals isn't enough. Heidi Stout, Oil Spills Program Director at Tri-State Bird Rescue and Research, knows that sometimes situations require more than animal knowledge. She was called upon to head a team of veterinarians and bird specialists from around the world in response to an oil spill off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa. This spill, which occurred in May of 2000, threatened an entire population of African penguins. Heidi's varied expertise helped her to react soundly in this emergency situation.
To respond to oil spills and to respond to oiled animals or oiled wildlife, you need your basic veterinary skills, but you also need the ability to do a lot of problem solving. Many times when you go in and do a spill response, you're creating a whole hospital out of something that wasn't meant to be a hospital for animals. So you have to work together on a team to build the facilities that you need at the time of the response.
Reacting in a crisis situation is second nature to SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois. Lauren also responded to the South African oil spill when the worldwide call for help went out. The knowledge she gained overseas helped tremendously upon her return, where she helped launch the opening of the Oiled Wildlife Care Center located at SeaWorld San Diego.
Our new Oiled Wildlife Care Center was opened just this past July. It was decided with SeaWorld and also with different organizations that there was an area in San Diego and Southern California that needed to have a facility available that if there was an oil spill, we would be able to care for a number of birds as well as mammals.
This 8,000 square foot state-of-the-art complex provides ample recovery space for a maximum of 200 seabirds and includes a 32,000-gallon multi-use rehab pool, which can accommodate up to 20 sea otters or pinnipeds.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
If knowledge and diversity keep the mind and body active, then these specialists are running in overdrive. One thing's for sure, there's never a dull moment.
Maybe your science interest is combined with creativity. Well, I've got the job for you. Science writers research, write, and edit exhibit information, publications, curriculum material, program brochures, website content, you name it. Imagine, it's an amazing thing.
We've looked at many animal-related jobs inside aquariums and zoological parks like SeaWorld and Busch Gardens. And it all looks like a lot of fun, and believe me, it really is. But did you know that these jobs play an important role in better understanding animals and their natural habitats? And the more we understand about animals and their surroundings, the more we can do to help protect and preserve them in their environments. Let's see how in-park work translates to out-of-park conservation.
Busch Gardens Tampa conservation specialist Tina Goody recently spent a year in the African Congo studying western lowland gorillas in partnership with the Wildlife Conservation Society. She discusses the importance of research in the field.
Field studies not only inspire people to learn more about their environment, but also it gives us a unique look at these animals that we see possibly in a zoo every day, and gives us a better idea of what we can do to give their homes at a zoo a more touch of reality, I guess, so they're happier.
Field research is a two-way street. It not only supplies valuable information to bring back to a zoological park, but researchers can offer insight into animal conservation to indigenous communities.
We've got a Clubby Bobo, which is working with the local kids, just teaching them to get more familiar with the animals in their own backyard so that they have a respect for them that they may not have had before.
Working in the field isn't all glory. It takes a lot of guts, too.
I miss people, my family and friends a lot, and also food. A lot of different types of food that aren't available in a national park in the middle of the Congo.
No doubt, gathering information from the field is extremely important. But in order to maximize the value, spreading the message is crucial.
If you have a desire, you can do it. It takes one person to make a difference. So if you want to do something in life, you go for it.
Whether it's gorillas, birds, or reptiles, one thing is certain. There's no shortage of passion for the people who work with animals. SeaWorld San Antonio's senior aviculturist Rob Yorty assisted in the coordination of a recent trip to Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands to help fuel research on a variety of animals. To date, this is the highlight of Rob's career.
Ever since I was a little child, I really wanted to go to the Galapagos Islands and see tortoises and penguins and marine iguanas. And by getting a chance to actually make an impact and do some research and try to help out the animals down there and the researchers and try to bring that kind of information back to the people in the United States has probably been the most exciting thing for me overall.
Rob feels that the blending of fieldwork and in-park activities is an extremely valuable combination.
One of the real important things that I've been able to do and I've been able to share with a lot of my coworkers is taking the information from the field we get and bringing it back to SeaWorld San Antonio, but also taking our knowledge that we have learned here and taking it down to other areas like the project I do in Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands.
Hands-on interaction in the field and in-park experience mutually benefits staff, partners, and best of all, animals. It's a win-win-win combination.
So many mouths to feed. Food preparation is a vital part of caring for animals in a zoological park or aquarium. Every single day, 7,000 pounds of food are prepared for over 65,000 animal residents at SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, the largest zoological collection in the world. It takes tons of fish, meat, and vegetables to keep everybody healthy and happy. It's an amazing thing.
Start with the love of animals, add to that traveling around the globe, and add to that your own television show, and what do you get? Jack Hanna. Jack Hanna's Animal Adventures is one of the most popular long-running animal shows on television, and it's broadcast in 65 countries worldwide. But you know, you just don't become a TV personality overnight. Jack put years of effort into a variety of jobs at zoological parks, eventually working his way to director of the Columbus Zoo. We caught up with him at his base camp at Busch Gardens to find out what it took for him to get the experience, expertise, and knowledge that brought him to the point he's at today. Who knows? Maybe he has some tips on how you can become the next Jack Hanna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jack Hanna, here at my base camp, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
For years, every week, people all around the world have heard this greeting from Jack Hanna. From our living rooms alongside Jack, we have traveled to the Arctic Circle, Africa, Australia, Israel,
Jack of Arabia,
and everywhere in between. With a passion for animals, an unquenchable thirst for adventure, and a heart as big as his home state of Tennessee.
You take care, all right? And you're gonna survive. Here? All right.
Jack Hanna has made us misty-eyed with bittersweet tears and laughter. Jack successfully made the transition into television and is a master at knowing how to use the medium to reach many people.
I'm Jack Hanna. I never really tried to get into television. It just came almost as an accident. In 1978, 79, I did a lot of local cable TV in Columbus, Ohio. In 1981, 82, we did a show called Hannah's Ark with my daughter. In 1983, we had twin gorillas born at the Columbus Zoo, and Good Morning America came there on ABC and wanted to cover their birth, which was one of the first in the world. And then they came back the next month to look at the gorillas, and from then on, I've been doing Good Morning America ever since for the last 18, 20 years. 1985, David Letterman started as a result of Good Morning America, so we've always done that show about once every 3 months. And so it's just one of those things that we try and reach different audiences in different ways to teach them about the animal world through the medium of television.
Reaching people is a definite advantage of television. Being famous also has its benefits. But did you ever wonder if there's a downside to being Jack Hanna?
Oh, man.
Well, as far as television, the toughest thing would be traveling. We're on the road about 290 days a year. You're not with your family a lot, especially a lot of the guys that work on the show, the camera guys, sound, people, producers, are on the road a great deal. That's difficult for all of us. Time zones, for example, the sleeping patterns. You're 8 hours off a lot of times, 12 hours off sometimes. Eating certain foods is very difficult for a lot of us, depending on where we are. These all make for a difficult time. The thing about a difficult situation is you try and make a fun situation out of it.
Jack has a great philosophy on making fun out of difficult times, but he's got an equally good philosophy on fear.
I don't think I've ever been really afraid of an animal. You know, when you're working with rattlesnakes and things like that, you're very, very careful. You respect that animal. And if you don't respect the animal, then it's going to end up in you getting hurt.
So if you want to be the next Jack Hanna, you have to know how to have fun in tough times, look your fears in the face, show the animals respect, and lastly, value other people working together with similar goals.
All of us have our own way of teaching about animals. So my advice to the next Jack Hanna is work with everybody and try and teach in a fun and entertaining way where people can learn and learn quickly, because we don't have that much time to save a lot of these animals.
Jack Hanna has a great career in front of the camera working with animals. But did you ever wonder who's behind the camera? The Nickerson brothers, Guy and Glenn, have a pretty cool animal-related job as cameramen for Jack's show. Oh, and Larry Elliston has traveled the world as Jack's producer. Come on, let's see what happens when we go behind the scenes. Come on.
Guy and Glenn Nickerson share more than one common interest. They both love photography and animals. These interests date back to junior high, as younger brother Glenn explains.
When he was in news and I was still in middle school, of course you always want to hang out with your big brother. And I used to go in. It was a big deal for me to go into the newsroom where he worked and get to push buttons and stuff like that and look at the stories he did. So I mean, that's, you know, he definitely got me into it.
Guy, on the other hand, got his big break through a high school class.
I think I first had my interest in photography in high school, doing still photos in one of my classes. And from there, I actually got an opportunity from journalism class to get a job at a TV station. And just watching what people did, it looked like it'd be a fun thing to do.
Working at a TV station is challenging in itself, but photographing animals had to create a completely different set of rules.
I had spent quite a few years shooting at busch gardens, and animals are animals. You know, whether they're in a facility like busch gardens or in the wild, you have to be patient with them. You have to learn to wait for behaviors. I mean, there are all kinds of things that, from working at busch gardens and filming for them, that I was able to take in the field.
Producer Larry Elliston's enthusiasm continues to shine through.
To work on a national program, I think one of the most important things is that you have a lot more people that you are telling stories to. It was a wonderful day when I started working on this program.
Both brothers and Larry find their work endlessly fascinating, and having traveled the entire world, each hold their own special memories and fears.
We had a good time filming gorillas in Uganda one time, and we actually got charged by a gorilla. That was pretty exciting.
We were out in the salt pans in the Kalahari Desert. It was just flat. We got to ride around on four-wheelers to go to locations to do shoots, which was fun. I think anybody would have fun doing that.
Hands down, my most exciting experience in connection with the show was being in a shark cage, tip of South Africa, out on a part of the ocean called Shark Alley. And the shark got caught up a little bit in the lines for a few seconds, and it almost felt like the cage started moving underneath the boat, that he was pulling it with him, but he threw me back.
So if you want to work behind the scenes, take this advice.
Make sure you enjoy actually pointing the camera at something and making a picture, and that you're happy doing that alone, and then see where it takes you.
Also mentor, meet somebody and learn from them. Don't be a know-it-all. Go in there and be willing to listen to people and learn.
You know, media-related jobs aren't necessarily in television. In-park video production is a unique and valuable resource for public awareness, education, and news. We asked Hal Parham, Video Services Manager at SeaWorld in San Diego, to tell us a little bit more about his job working with animals.
To work in video services in a zoological park like SeaWorld, you have to manage several aspects of production. Hal explains.
We have our normal day-to-day routine that we have planned out, weeks in advance, but we do a lot of live shots to out-of-town television stations. Plus, on the technical side, you got to be able to do editing, be able to edit your own video. We do some videos that are shown in the park that are on displays and that are shown during the Shamu show. We also do in-house videos for marketing departments and education departments and so forth. So a lot of it is external, but there is a great deal of it internally.
Not only is variety a part of the job, but readiness to act on the spot is also a prerequisite.
We always have to keep in the back of our mind that we might be running off to a rescue at any moment. So we're always kind of prepared for that call, but you got to be ready just to pretty much grab everything and rush off to wherever the rescue is.
Hal gives some advice on getting into the field.
My advice would be obviously go to school, go to college, and try to get into internships with other TV stations and production companies. That would pretty much give you some really good experience in that whole thing.
Shamu Stadium here at SeaWorld in San Diego holds 6.7 million gallons of water. You'd have to take 268,000 baths in order to equal that amount of water. It's an amazing thing.
There's some pretty interesting and amazing jobs working with animals, and we've previewed several of them. What, you still haven't found what you're looking for? Well, check this out. So, if you love animals and you decide you want to devote your career to them, there's plenty of jobs to choose from. Working with animals can be extremely rewarding, from the closeness and trust you build in training or the joy you receive from caring for them, to the satisfaction you get knowing that you're helping save a species and raise awareness. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch, I'm Chuck Carreau, wishing you a future filled with fun and animals.
You can get a taste of what it's like right now by attending Adventure Camp at SeaWorld or Busch Gardens. To find out more about Adventure Camp or careers working with animals, log on to our website at www.seaworld.org. And thanks for joining us, and best of luck in your own career choice.
If you take a look around you, one thing you will definitely notice is that virtually everything you see is man-made. Everything from buildings to clothes and computers.
To cars, roads, and everything in between. Humans have definitely learned how to make our lives more comfortable, reliable, and safe through innovation. Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonzo, and today on NASA 360, we're going to take a look at how human ingenuity is making man-made objects stronger, safer, and much more available for all of us.
For thousands of years, humans have taken objects from nature to create a better world for themselves. Take, for instance, mud bricks from antiquity that were used to build dwellings.
Through trial and error, early carpenters learned that just building structures from plain mud often led to unstable structure. But when they combined mud and straw together, they came up with a new structure that resists both squeezing and tearing, resulting in a much better dwelling. Although they may not have known it, these early builders were using composite materials.
Even though the use of the term composite materials is generally synonymous with space-age materials, composites, they've been around for a long time. Basically, a composite material is formed when you combine two or more items that have very different properties. Many composites are made up of just two materials, one that acts like a glue to surround and bind, and one to reinforce like fibers or fragments. When combined together, these different materials usually work together to make the sum of the parts much better than the original materials alone.
Today, the use of new composite materials can be seen in virtually all space-age designs, from new aircraft used by you and me, the general public, to even next-generation spacecraft for future space missions. Now, this turn to composites is because weight reduction combined with strength has always been a critical goal of flight, even since the beginning.
The first aircraft ever made were built from wood and fabric material, but it was soon realized that a major change needed to be made to increase the strength and durability of aircraft. The change came with the introduction of strong and lightweight metals like aluminum. Since that time, the use of these types of metals have been the state-of-the-art for both aircraft and spacecraft.
Today, metal spacecraft are still state-of-the-art, but researchers have begun to look at new ways to build spacecraft that could offer better alternatives to metal. In fact, NASA is already testing what could be the next big step in spacecraft design. Right here at NASA Langley, it's called the Composite Crew Module, or CCM.
I met up with NESC Principal Engineer Mike Kirsch to find out a little more about this innovative design.
Mike, this CCM to me looks a little familiar. I mean, I'm thinking 60s Apollo capsule.
It's very similar to the Apollo program. Many shapes will work for the mission that this was intended, but in order to kind of streamline the decision process, the Apollo shape was picked. And that way we could leverage the aerodynamic data that we collected during the Apollo program. So this is a slightly larger version of the Apollo. The Apollo was roughly 4.3 meters in diameter, and this one's 5 meters in diameter. If you recall, Apollo had 3 astronauts on the inside. This was designed to carry 6, later lowered to carry 4, but the volume is still there to carry 6 crew to and from station.
Mike, we've been talking a little bit about composite materials. What type of material is the CCM made of?
This is a carbon graphite epoxy resin system. It's a fabric that was hand laid up on a male tool. And then you put the entire system into an oven. It's actually a pressurized oven called an autoclave, and it gets cooked and it comes out hard.
Let me just kind of make sure I understand this. Kind of like a wire mannequin wrapping fabric around it. Is that kind of what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a very good analogy.
Okay.
And then that's only the first step, though. So after that, we add what's called a aluminum honeycomb. You glue the honeycomb to the skin, and you cure that. And then after that, you lay another skin on top of the aluminum honeycomb. And then you put that back in the oven and you cure it. And when it's all done, it comes back as an assembly. So you have a thin skin on the inside and an aluminum honeycomb in the center, and then another thin skin on the outside. And it's rigid and cured just like that.
And you know, as you're describing this to me, I'm thinking, wow, that's a lot of stuff. But this is, I mean, I can barely feel it.
It's very lightweight, which is the idea of composites. It's a high strength and stiffness to weight, which is one of the objectives of the project. The purpose of the project was to get some NASA guys some hands-on experience designing, building, and testing with composites. Now, this is an alternative to the mainline program. The mainline program, which is Constellation, in particular the Orion project, which makes the crew capsule, they chose aluminum lithium, which has very similar strength and stiffness to weight characteristics. But this is an alternative, and by using composites, it enables complex shapes to be made and to give us a real-world comparison between the aluminum lithium mainline program against composite structure of using the same set of requirements.
Mike, you said earlier that composites allow you to test different complex shapes. Talk to me about the CCM shape. Why this shape?
When the project was kicked off, we tried to respect the interfaces that the Orion project was using for their crew module. Now, Orion at that time had baselined this component called the backbone. And this backbone was really used to help them manage the stuff that goes inside the capsule. What the composite team did is we tied our floor to this backbone shape. Then the next thing we did is we actually shaped the floor to take advantage of the fact that the backbone was there. And what it did is it brought in these lobes, and the shape of the lobe is the shape that the floor would want to take when pressurized. If we didn't have the backbone, we didn't have the lobe floor, then what happens is it would be a dome-like shape. When you pressurize a dome, it wants to go to a ball shape, a sphere. And by tying it to the backbone and putting in the lobe shape, we could reduce the stiffness in the edges, which saved mass. Now, the composites don't inhibit aluminum lithium from having a similar shape. It's just much more difficult to put a lobed shape into an aluminum lithium system.
Mike, what are some of the reasons people use composite materials?
Well, composites are known for their strength and their stiffness for mass. So they're very lightweight materials, and they're used oftentimes in the high-performance industries. Composites are also thermally stable. What that means is that they don't change shape as they change in temperature. Composites are also very tolerant to fatigue. Any application where shape is of critical importance. In the airplane industry, they like it on a wing. They want to manage the shape of the wing, the mast of a sailboat, the hull of a sailboat, the racing sailboat, tennis rackets, racquetball rackets. All of those use carbon fiber because they're very, very stiff, very, very lightweight.
Mike, any tests to failure to see if the CCM would completely fail?
Absolutely, and part of the program was to pressurize it until it failed. And we pumped it full of water with that same set of instrumentation on there and continued to pump it up until it actually cracked or popped. Now, we were expecting a fairly dramatic failure. All of our predictions were that it was going to be dramatic, and it turned out it was not very dramatic at all.
And is that positive?
That's a very positive result. Now, this was designed to dock to the International Space Station, so it's designed for an internal pressure of 15 psi, just like we're breathing here on the ground.
Right.
But you actually multiply that by 2, so you have a little bit of margin, some what we call a factor of safety. So it's actually capable of 31 psi to be where we were comfortable. It actually failed at 53 psi, significantly higher than its design ultimate capability. But that shows that we have a fair amount of damage tolerance still remaining in the design. This project's been extremely successful since its inception, and we're very excited about where it goes from here.
Mike, thank you so much. How exciting. We're standing by to see what happens.
All right.
So far, we've been hearing a lot about how weight is a huge issue when you want to fly something. And of course, the structural integrity and safety of the craft is important as well. Now, in the past, to compensate for safety, vehicles were generally made much heavier than needed. This was due in part to a lack of understanding about certain structural test failures, like buckling. Today, researchers have a much better understanding of the buckling process and the fine balance between weight, safety, and performance in vehicle launch design.
For spacecraft design, researchers are using a technique to test shell buckling that will help them better understand this balance. I spoke with Mark Hilberger here at NASA Langley to find out a little more.
So Mark, why is NASA testing shell buckling?
Well, shell buckling is one of the primary failure modes that we have in launch vehicle structures. And what we're doing today is trying to revise some old design guidelines that NASA generated a long time ago for the Apollo era. And why it is critical is if we are building structures too heavy, like we have in the past, we're not going to be able to get the payload into space like we want to. So we're studying here the fundamental physics of buckling and then trying to apply that to an updated design criteria that'll allow us to make us lighter weight, more efficient, safe launch vehicle structures. I've got a little test I can show you. This is a typical beverage can, and we've all crushed these before under our feet, I'm sure. And what we mean by a thin shell is that it has a very thin wall and it's shaped like a cylinder. And if you could picture this as being much bigger and used in a launch vehicle as like a fuel tank or something like that, they're subjected to very high loads. And one of the problems that we're studying is how do these cans buckle so we can design better launch vehicle structures. So I'm just going to turn this screw and apply a load, a compression load on this can, and I'm going to try and make this buckle. Oh.
Pretty immediate.
Yeah, it's pretty immediate and catastrophic. 3, 2. Launch vehicles are also cylindrical structures like these with thin walls. They have all the same basic physical response characteristics that a can would have. And so when they're subjected to load, they can also exhibit catastrophic buckling failure. When they were first trying to develop rockets right after World War II and you see them going up on the launch pad and then they just crumble, that was a buckling problem. The buckling phenomenon itself is when you're applying a compressive load to a structure and it can no longer withstand that load, and so it causes the can's cross-section to crush inward. So it's imperative that we understand the buckling process. That obviously was a very simple example, but what I have behind me here is a smaller laboratory scale test article that we would use to understand some of the basic physical principles of shell buckling and try and apply that to understanding larger structures. So what we have here is a small scale structure. We're studying various aspects of how it buckles, the effects of geometry and different types of load on the buckling behavior. You can see there's all sorts of instrumentation on here, so we're much more scientific than just crushing the can.
In a vice grip, right.
Yeah,
right.
So we then take that data and use that to compare to our models to see how well we really understand the process.
All right, in addition to the wires and the things I see attached, I see little tiny dots.
Yeah.
What are they there for?
Well, many years ago, NASA started working with some universities to develop what we call a video image correlation system. And what it is it's a series of digital cameras that we position around the circumference of the shell, and it monitors this speckle pattern that we've painted onto the shell. And during the test, as we're loading it, it's monitoring the movement of the shell wall.
The slightest movement will be picked up.
Sub-millimeter movements. And the really nice thing is, what you see here is a laboratory scale. We're down at Marshall also testing full launch vehicle size structures. We use the same technique, we just use bigger dots.
Mark, what's the difference between the testing, the shell buckling testing they did on Apollo, and the shell buckling testing you guys are doing right now?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, back in the Apollo era, they were just starting to understand sort of the fundamental physics of the buckling process. The best thing that they could do is run a lot of tests, but not really get a handle on the real physics. But they did a great job because they got to the moon.
Right.
What we're doing now, though, is we're applying more rigor to how we run our tests, the types of measurements that we take. We have new measurement technologies, we have new analysis tools that allow us to very accurately predict the behavior of these shells.
It's always increasing technology, huh?
Absolutely. It's
Mark,
hard to keep in front of it.
I know it is. You're doing a great job. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Because composites are being used more and more in passenger vehicles like cars and planes, NASA researchers are taking a hard look at how they can make them more robust. Now, as they become more robust, they still have to maintain some of the benefits that composite materials have to offer, like weight reduction. Yeah, this is a tough task, but NASA researchers, well, they're up for the challenge. I caught up with NASA aerospace engineer Don Jegley to find out more about this new design called Perseus that may be a game changer in composites research. Don, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
You too.
Good. So we're here today to talk about composites and Perseus, right?
Right.
Let's start from the top.
Okay, well, Perseus stands for Pultruded Rod Stitched Efficient Unitized Structure.
Okay.
What that means is we have a large panel, and this is a Perseus panel.
Right.
And if you look real close in here, you can see stitches. It's all held together by stitches. And what you'll notice when you look at this panel, rather than a normal aircraft panel, is you don't see any fasteners. In a normal airplane, you've got rivets all over the place holding every part together. In this case, we have no rivets.
Right.
Everything's held together by stitches.
Okay.
Now, composite materials have been around for a long time. We at NASA have been working with them for 40 years. Industry's working with them, and they're now getting out into real aircraft structures.
Gotcha.
But what's different about Perseus is a couple things. First of all is the stitching. Composite materials, composite structures are put together using layers of graphite epoxy or carbon epoxy materials that's all built up into whatever configuration you're looking for. With Perseus, what we're trying to do is build very large unitized structures. So we can get away from all those fasteners by putting in the stitches and by making very large parts. So composites are useful. Composites are good because they're lighter weight than aluminum. With lightweight structure, you can cut down on your fuel costs. And of course, one of the things NASA's looking at today is reducing the amount of fuel that's used and producing less pollution. So we're looking at the next fleet of aircraft would be lighter and more fuel efficient.
What are you doing with this piece?
Okay, this panel was fabricated by Boeing. We're going to do the testing here, and what we're going to do with it is we're going to put it in this test machine, so we're going to slide it back.
Right.
We're going to take the platen here, raise it up, put the panel underneath it, and then position the platen so that it's just at the top of the panel.
Okay.
Now, this machine can apply up to 1 million pounds of loading. So what we're going to do is bring the platen down to the surface of the panel and then slowly apply load to push the panel down.
Okay.
While we do that, we're going to monitor the behavior of all the strain gauges here to look at what the panel's feeling, and we're going to have additional measurements. So we're going to look at the displacements, how the panel moves in a couple different directions during the test. So what we're going to try to find out is how the panel behaves while we're pushing down on it, and then we're going to take it to failure. And what's going to happen is we're going to get a failure somewhere in the panel, probably somewhere in this region here.
Okay.
And what's going to happen is we'll see what the failure load is and where it starts, and then we'll take a look at all the instrumentation we have and compare that to our analysis. Because right now we have an analysis of the panel, but the reason that we have to do the testing is we have to make sure our analysis is right. And because composites are a lot newer than aluminum, and particularly Perseus doesn't have that much of a database to draw from, we have to do a lot of testing to make sure we really understand the behavior. Because you wouldn't want to put this kind of structure on a real airplane unless you can predict its behavior. And that's what NASA's been trying to do with Boeing, is develop the technology to really understand that behavior so we can predict it.
Well, good luck on the test.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely, and we hope to see this on a future airplane.
So do I.
Right on. Okay, so far we have seen some of the ways that NASA uses composite materials, but NASA's not the only organization to be using them. Nah, there are many industries that use them too, like the auto industry. Whether it's a huge car company or a startup, all of them are looking for ways to combine strength with weight reduction to make their cars more efficient. One company called Edison 2 is taking that weight reduction to the limit. They have developed a car for the very light car category of the 100 miles per gallon X-Prize competition that they feel is the most efficient auto platform ever built. This little car is amazing. It takes design cues from some of the top race cars in the world, while also being incredibly safe with phenomenal mileage. I spoke with my buddy Oliver Kutner to find out more about it. So this is the VLC?
Yep, a very light car.
Very light car. Tell us all about it.
Well, we were trying to build the most efficient car. It's designed to be a 2- or 4-seat car, and it gets 111 miles per gallon combined EPA, 129 on the highway, and we did it by basically building the lightest possible car with the lowest aerodynamic drag. The car substitutes pressure drag for friction drag, like an airplane or a rocket would. You know, these race cars are carbon fiber, and you know, this was a race for a lot of money, so we didn't leave any stones unturned. What it really is, it's kind of like space exploration. What we try to do is to depart from the ordinary and build it very light. And the auto industry has a very difficult time doing it because of all the legacies, the large corporations and the huge amounts of money involved in making a major shift. And this car demonstrates that the shift exists.
Can you tell us some about the materials that you use to build this car?
It's steel, aluminum, and carbon fiber, and just using it wisely where necessary. It's a steel chassis car, but it's a carbon fiber bodied car, and the wheel centers are carbon in this case.
Do you have any examples or something you can show us?
Here's an example. The wheel is unsprung weight and it's rotating mass. So we actually have the center of the wheel out of carbon.
Okay.
And the outer part is a cast magnesium piece and the inner part is a machined aluminum piece.
Huh.
Altogether, I think this is a 6 pound or 7 pound wheel. And you know, it's an example of using more difficult and more costly materials where their payback is greatest. And in this case, it was worth it, we felt, so that's why we did it. A car is a series of compromises, and you know, you have to also balance cost in all of this. So while we all want a super hot rod that's all carbon fiber, which might be the best solution, it may not be the most realistic if you want to sell 1 million copies. So you put your trump card material where it makes the biggest difference.
So Oliver, tell us how you got the idea for this car.
It was the X Prize. I mean, the X Prize said, you know, you can win $10 million if you build the most efficient car. And then I went to my good friend Ron Mattis, who's a longtime American Le Mans Series and Le Mans race car designer engineer. And he basically reeled me down to reality. There's no substitute for efficiency in the platform, and that's what this is.
Can you tell us how it works?
Well, in this case, we have a gasoline-powered engine. It runs on E85, and but this car can be run on any fuel source. It could be a diesel car, it could be a gasoline-only car, it could be a hybrid, an electric. The efficiency comes out of the design of the car itself. That's what does it.
Is it powerful?
It's quite powerful.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that much horsepower, but it's quite quick and it handles extremely well. The NASA programs have been really crucial to a lot of material science and how we do things, and in certain industries they've changed the way things are done. But in automobiles we've kind of missed the mark, and in many ways we're still building the same 4,000-pound car to move the 200-pound person. If we embrace this as a method of how to build cars, regardless if they're electric, hybrid, diesel, gasoline, the United States of America could become an oil exporting nation. Just embracing the principle of this, the efficiency would be a leap from what is today.
Oliver, thank you so much. You know, I look forward to driving one of these VLCs.
Thank you.
Maybe a basic black?
Next time you come, we'll have one for you.
Please, make sure it's all glossed up for me. Hey, good luck with everything.
It's good.
Take care. Thanks, man.
As you can see, composites have really changed our world.
That's right. And with NASA on the case, composites will continue to improve for years to come. And that's all for now. I'm Johnny Alonso.
And I'm Jennifer Pulley. We'll catch you next time on NASA 360.
We still have to maintain some of the composite materials.
To even next. I knew I was one of these days I'll like them.
Okay, so far we have seen some of the ways that NASA uses composite materials. Do you have something that you can show me that, you know, shows that it's not as
Now, this switch to composites is because weight distribution, no, I'm just making up words now.
Composites will continue to something, one more time. Give me one more time, I'm sorry. I'm not in my mind frame right now.
A snake? And a turtle.
And a turtle.
And a frog.
And a frog. You think we're going to see some of those things today?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's in those containers. Are you sure you really want to see what's in them?
Yeah.
This is Miss Holly with the, please say the name of your company.
Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say that. I was. We are thrilled to have you here today. Thank you. We want to, if we holler our slogan, we're proud of our slogan this summer. It says over there what it is. If we holler that, we're like, will it cause a problem here and wake anything
They should
up?
be okay.
Now you're sure? We don't want to cause a problem right here.
Don't worry about it.
Do we? No, she says it'll be okay. So let's, on the count of 3, what's our slogan? Dream big, read. Okay, do y'all remember? Dream big, read. Okay, on the count of 3, let's holler it out. She says it's fine. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I think we're okay. Okay, she said we're fine. So here is Miss Holly. Yay!
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like she said, my name is Miss Holly Taylor, and I work for the Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South. That's a mouthful. Our company is a company that likes to share our knowledge of wildlife and the outdoors with people, especially young people. So I brought some amazing live animals to share with you guys today. This is called the World of Reptiles, this program is. So this program includes things like reptiles, things like snakes and lizards and things like that. Some people don't like these animals very much, but I just want you to know you're going to be seeing them and seeing them very closely. So please, let's go over some rules first, all right? Because these are live animals, we want to make sure they don't get scared. So, I need you guys to sit on your bottoms, crisscross applesauce, and stay behind the lines. This is what I need you to scoot back a little bit and get behind the lines, okay? Keep these areas clear so I can walk around. I don't want to trip and fall with the reptile. You don't want me to either. So, stay seated, please. Do not get up and run around, especially when I've got the animals out. We need to stay as quiet as we possibly can as well, because we don't want to frighten the animals when I'm holding them. Frightened animals will bite and scratch and try to get away. That'll be happening to me. I'd rather it not happen to me. So let's keep it nice and calm and quiet. There will be no touching of animals today. These are like zoo animals for looking, not for touching. You don't want to touch them. They don't like being touched. So let's keep our hands to ourselves when I walk around. But I'm going to make sure everyone gets a nice close look at them the best that I can, okay? Also, I know you guys are going to have lots of questions, and that's great. Questions are how we learn. If you want to ask me a question, what should you do first? You should raise your hand. Very good. Okay. Now, I want to see how smart you guys are. So I'll be asking you lots of questions. If you want to answer one of my questions, what should you do? You should raise your hand. Let's practice that. Those of you guys who want to stay here and see all the cool animals by following all the rules, raise your hand. That better be everybody. Okay. Those of you guys who don't want to stay here by breaking the rules and be asked to leave, raise your hand. Hopefully there's nobody like that. Kids under 3 don't count for that one. So, all right. So let's make sure we stay quiet, stay seated, keep your hands down, and I will put the animals away and ask people to leave if you guys can't follow the rules. It's for your safety, number one. Okay? I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially me, but that's okay. I've been hurt before. All right. Also, cell phones. Appreciate if you guys silence those. I don't mind if you take pictures. Flashes won't bother the animals. So don't worry about that either. We ready to get started? Yeah. Okay. So today is called the World of Reptiles. First of all, who can tell me what a reptile is? What makes them different from other animals? Yes?
One thing is, most of the time they're cold-blooded.
Some lay eggs, and they are cold-blooded.
And most of the time they have scales.
Scales, good, no hair, they've got scales. What does it mean to be cold-blooded? Does anybody know that? Does it mean your blood is cold? What does that mean?
Like they stay in a very cold spot, like in some cold-blooded animals. They stay in somewhere where it's very dark.
Sometimes, yeah. Basically, what it means is you. Go ahead. Did you have a?
It means that they have to, like, if they're too hot, they have to go somewhere cold, and if they're too cold, they have to go.
Very good. You were on the right track. Good. Basically, cold-blooded means your body's the same temperature as your environment. So if a snake gets too cold, they gotta move into the sun to warm up, or if they get too hot, they gotta move underground to cool down. That's basically what cold-blooded means. Okay, so who can tell me, remember to raise your hand, what is this? What have I got here? The Earth, good. What do we call a map of Earth like this? Globe, very good. This is a globe. This globe is special because you don't see any words on it. There's no boundaries. This is actually satellite pictures from space. So if you were an astronaut floating up in space looking down on Earth, it would look a lot like this without the valve. Let's talk about our amazing planet Earth. Raise your hand. This should be a review for most of you guys. What is the blue on our planet? What is the blue?
Water.
Okay, water. Good. Oceans, rivers, streams. What about the green? The green. Yes, sir.
Grass.
Land. More specifically, what would be green from space, though? What would green be showing up? More specific than land. Grass. What else would be green from space besides grass? Trees. Forest. Good. So forest. What about the tan color? What would the tan color be like?
Sand.
Yes. Sand? What kind of environment would be sandy like this, though? Deserts, good. Deserts. What about the spot on the very top of our planet? What is that called? Which one's on top? North Pole, good. And then the what? South Pole, good job, guys. Okay, one more. What is the imaginary line that runs around the center of the planet?
The equator.
The equator. Good job. You're a smart bunch. Okay, equator divides Earth in two equal halves. So this is our amazing planet Earth. We've got rainforests. We've got deserts. We've got frozen wastelands and grasslands. And all these places are home to unique animals. And we're going to stop around the different continents and learn about different reptiles found along the way. So our first stop of the day is going to be this continent right here. What is this continent? Africa. Good. Our first animal is an African animal. He is found right down here in southern Africa. Nice and green. This is African marsh and grassland. So let's meet him. Remember our rule. We keep it nice and quiet. I'm going to need a towel for this guy. You'll see why. And I didn't mean to lie to anybody. This first animal is not a reptile at all. It's actually an amphibian. And a very dirty one. Don't freak out for the dirt. It's just dirt. Okay. He is alive. Watch his eye. He's alive. Okay. This is an African bullfrog, also known as an African pixie frog. This is the world's second largest frog, which means there's a frog that gets even bigger than this. When they come around, don't put your fingers up to his mouth, just look. He's a big frog, isn't he? Like I said, this is only the world's second largest frog. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog. Those guys are over a foot long from nose to rear end, not including the legs. That is the world's largest frog, and yes, that's a big frog, but these are pretty big too. These get about 5 or 6 pounds. He's about as big as he's gonna get. He's mostly air right now because whenever they get frightened, they puff up with air like that to look all big and strong. Now, like all amphibians, his skin is shiny and moist. Why do amphibians have to stay moist all the time? Does anybody know why? Shh, quiet down, guys. Does anybody know why?
Because he can go in water.
You guys are all doing it right now. How they breathe. They actually breathe through their skin. That's why they have to stay moist all the time. You guys be patient. I'm going to squeeze through here. I don't want to step on anybody to save your arms. Okay. Make sure everyone gets a nice close look at him. Everyone else stay quiet and be patient when they come around. So he's slimy. You gotta stay moist because that's how he breathes. Now, no touching, just like you don't want to touch him. Waving at you. I told you it's just dirt, so don't panic. It's gonna be a lot worse. It's just dirt. So, where these guys are found, there are 2 seasons. How many seasons do we have here? 4. Good. There's 2 seasons. Now, during those 2 seasons are the wet season and the dry season. And during the dry season, these guys are several feet underground. Because remember, they've got to stay nice and moist all the time, otherwise they will die. So during the dry season, they're underground. They make a cocoon for themselves. This cocoon is made out of mucus. You can tell me what mucus is. What is mucus? It's basically like snot. It's basically snot. It's from drying out. Out of mucus. Right down. And when the rainy season finally does come, it soaks that mucus cocoon and softens it. He climbs his way out to come to the surface. Before he comes to the surface, he does something very interesting with that cocoon. What do you think he does with that cocoon? He eats it. That's right. It's like you guys eating your own snot. They eat that mucus cocoon and that goes to the surface. All right. You don't have to. Don't think about it too hard. So they climb to the surface, and then they find the girl African bullfrogs. Now the females are much, much smaller than the males. As a matter of fact, the females are about the size of his head. They're much, much smaller. There's a reason for this, and we'll get to that shortly. So they find the girl African bullfrogs. They get together. The females lay as many as 4,000 eggs. That's a lot of kids. Not very many of them will survive. We have a lot of them. Wait a minute, you guys. Again, it's just dirt. Dirt don't hurt, as they say, so don't worry about it. So, after she lays her eggs, guess what she does? Doesn't die. What do you think she does? She what? Climb out? Well, more specific. Actually, no. What she does is she leaves. Mama does not take care of the babies. Daddy does. That's why Daddy's so big and strong. Now these guys actually have weapons, believe it or not. They have teeth in their mouth. Not very many frogs, or amphibians in general, have teeth, but they do. And they use those teeth to defend their babies, themselves, and to eat some very surprising things. These guys eat things like mice, snakes, small lizards, birds, each other. Anything they can fit to that mouth, they will eat. And they also can bite, so why you're not putting your fingers. Wait a minute again. That way, that's why you don't put your fingers next to his mouth, because they do bite. And yes, it hurts, so I've heard. I've not been bitten by him yet. So, he saves those eggs until they hatch. How many days do you think it takes for those eggs to hatch? Give me any number.
It would probably take a whole month.
A month is a good guess. 7 weeks? Good guess. Go ahead. No? Think smaller numbers. 4 days is a good guess. Think one more number, yes. Yes. 2 weeks. Actually, those eggs hatch in only 2 days. Yes, 2 days. Now that's very fast. It is very fast, but the rainy season is very short. So they've got to grow up very quickly. In fact, in 18 days, they're ready to hop away. So what's the baby frog called before he gets its legs? Tadpole, good. Now tadpoles breathe water, adult and frogs breathe air. What is the big long word that means an animal transforming through several stages? What is that word? Do you know? I saw your hand go up for a second. Do you know? Life cycle, another word for it. Other than life cycle. Metamorphosis, good job. Metamorphosis, they go through metamorphosis. They go from a water-breathing animal. I got them, don't worry. Shh, too much talking. Shh. Too much talking. They go from a water-breathing animal. You got mud on you? Sorry, it's just dirt. Sorry. Yeah, try to look directly up when he's under you so you don't get dirt in your eye. It's amazing. It's a miraculous change. A lot of biologists still don't know how they do it. So he protects them during that time. He'll protect them from lions, from people, anything that walks by, he'll attack it. Now let me show you his short little legs. It's not the most dignified end of the frog, but look at his short little legs. Those legs. What? Don't make fun of him. You can't help it. He's got a cute little rear end, I think. So he's got short little legs. Those legs are not very good for swimming or for hopping. What they are good for, though, is for digging. These guys can dig several feet underground during the dry season, and they also will use their legs to dig in the channels and the pools season. Now you notice I have this towel. I don't just have this towel because he's very dirty. There's another reason for it. Have any of you guys ever gone outside and picked up a toad before? No. No? Yes? Okay, who has? They pee. What? They do? They pee, okay. Now it's actually not pee. A lot of people think that it is. It's just water. All frogs and toads store water in a certain part of their body, and that's their emergency water supply. Remember, they cannot dry out. It's important that they don't dry out. So if someone like you or an animal picks them up, they'll release that water to try to scare you into dropping them. Doesn't give you warts. That's an old wives' tale. Warts are not caused by frogs or toads. Now, if a toad dribbles on you, it's a little bit of water. But if this guy decided to, it's a lot of water. I know it's been hot out there, but I really didn't want to hose you guys down. So that's why I have the towel with me today. And here's an interesting fun fact, a nice gross one. You guys will appreciate this. In the Kalahari Desert, there's a group of people known as the African Bushmen. And they're master survivors of the desert. They're desert people. One of their emergency supplies of water is they will actually dig up a toad, squeeze it, and drink the water out of their body. So, good tip for the next time you guys are stranded in the middle of the desert. Just dig up your nearest frog or toad. Okay, what kind of frog is this? Who remembers what kind of frog this is? African bullfrog. Good. They're also called an African pixie frog, but not because they're small and delicate and cute berries. Pixie comes from the Latin name pixocephalus, which just means round head. So, you gonna wave for everybody? Wave for everybody. Come on, wave. Come on, there he goes. He's lazy today. Okay, so they are very lazy. They just sit in their cage all day. They're kind of boring, really. Okay, so we're in southern Africa. Now we're going to jump north to the area above Africa. What is that called? Somebody different. Someone's got to know.
Europe.
Europe. We're going to Europe next. This next animal's from Europe. Also, a good example of how appearances can be deceiving in the animal world. Not everything is as it seems. Quiet down. Better, thank you. This is not a snake. He looks like one, but he's not. This is actually a European legless lizard. He's a lizard. Because he has no legs does not make him a snake. I'm going to tell you why he's not a snake. Several reasons, actually. Look at him. Remember, don't touch. Just look. You're going to see him hiss and throw his body around. He does not like being held, but don't worry about it. He's not going to hurt anybody. There's a few reasons why we know he's not a snake. If you look at his head behind his eyes, you're going to see holes. Those holes are ears. Snakes don't have those. Snakes are actually dead. But these guys have ears. Also, sweetheart, can you go back a little more? I don't want you to blow your ears. There you go. We've actually got room right here. You're also going to notice him blinking. Snakes don't do that either. Because these guys have eyelids and snakes do not. So they blink and they've got ears. They've also got several rows of belly scales, a different shaped head, and really just different behavior overall. So we know this is, in fact, a lizard and not a snake. Now his tail actually starts way up here. This is his tail. Now their tail, keep your hands down. Can I come around, keep your hands down so you don't want to touch them. Now their tails can actually break off. Why would it be good for a lizard to be able to lose his tail? Yes, ma'am. We can run away. Very good. That is a defense mechanism. They can lose or senesce their tail if a creature is trying to attack them and eat them. A lot of things like to eat these guys. Shh. Quiet down. That tail can break off. And if the tail breaks off, it'll actually thrash around and spurt blood everywhere. It'll attract the predator away and he can actually escape. Now he will regrow his tail. It won't be as pretty and long. It'll be dark and short and stubby. But he can survive and go on and live the rest of his life. Now these guys do actually have something left of legs. You guys won't be able to see it too well because I don't want to put them that close to your face. But if you were to look very close at the top of his tail, he's got these two tiny little nubs. And those nubs are actually called vestiges. They're not legs anymore. They don't really do anything. But they're kind of left over from when scientists think they had legs at one time. Now, they also have, I've about it. He's harmless. Now they also have a free-floating pelvis. But that pelvis also does not serve any purpose either. These guys are found in dry, rocky areas. In the Mediterranean, parts of Russia. They have an interesting name in Russian I want to teach you guys. Right now, these guys are called the Sheltopusik in Russian. The Sheltopusik. You say that? Okay, I'll say it again. Sheltopusik. There you go. Sheltopusik is the one Russian word I know and has taught you my entire knowledge of the Russian language. That means yellow belly in Russian. So that's the Russian language. So these guys are active mostly at the beginning and end of the day. What do you think that a creature like this would eat? What do you think he would like to eat? Yes. Someone help her out. Little mice, maybe, sometimes. It's all right. It's all right. What else? Bugs. There you go. These guys like to eat bugs or insects. Now, what is a meat eater called? What do you call a meat eater? Yes, ma'am. Carnivore, good. What about a plant eater? What is that? Herbivore, good. What about if you eat both? Yes, ma'am. Omnivore, okay. What about if you only eat insects? What is that called? I'll give you a hint. Insect is in the name. Too much talking, guys. What would that be, do you think? Insectivore. Insectivore. Good job. There we go. Except anybody. These guys are insectivores. I thought maybe you liked it. That's why you scored a little bit when I got them out. All right. They're insectivores. They do have teeth. They've got sharp, conical teeth and strong jaws. Their favorite foods are actually things like slugs and snails. They're like slimy stuff. This guy also loves little grubs a lot as well. Now he's about as big as he's going to get. He's fully grown. I don't know for sure if it's a boy or a girl. They get about 3 feet long. These guys also have surprisingly long lifespans. Right down. These guys live 50 years or more, which is surprising for an animal of this size. Someone just knows when to throw it in their face. Okay. Right now, do we have any Harry Potter fans in here? Okay, let's test your geeky knowledge here. All right. So, in I think the second movie, I'm not sure which book it was, there was a mythological creature that looked a lot like this. What was that creature? Basilisk, good. He looks like the basilisk. He was actually inspiration for the basilisk. It's very similar in appearance. Obviously, the basilisk is much bigger. Now, the basilisk in mythology was the king of all serpents who could kill you by looking at you in the eye. But he's not the basilisk, so don't worry about it. This guy is not a snake. What is he? A lizard. Lizard, good. Why do we know he's a lizard and not a snake? It's one of the reasons we know that. Snakes don't have ears. What else? They blink. Good. Okay. European legless lizard, or what's his name in Russian? Yellow belly. Yellow belly. There you go. Okay. So where are we right now? Where are we at? Europe or Russia? Okay. Right now. So right now, we're going to jump across the smaller ocean. What is the small ocean called? Atlantic, good. We're going to go to this continent right here. What is this continent? The one higher. Where we live. North America, good, North America. We're going to be here in the American Southwest, in the desert. What are your rules? Quiet down, we'll know what it is. That is better. Okay. We're hoping the right one here. No drama queens, okay? guys. Okay, this is a snake. This is not a dangerous snake. I would not be holding it if it was. This is a Pueblan milk snake. These are found in the American Southwest, in southern Arizona, and parts of Mexico as well. Now, the colors may be kind of striking to you because there is a snake that looks kind of like this that is dangerous. What is the snake that she looks like that is dangerous? Anybody know?
Lady.
Not a rattlesnake. I know somebody knows it. It starts with a C. Coral snake, good. She resembles the coral snake. Now, she's not a coral snake. I would not be holding her if she was. But she is similar. She looks like one on purpose. Why would she want to look like a venomous coral snake? Ooh. Very good. Predators will leave her alone, right? If you think this is a venomous coral snake, you're going to leave it alone. There is a way to tell the difference. There's a rhyme to help you tell the difference. Do you know that rhyme? Good. Good job. Okay. Make sure everyone learns this today. We don't have coral snakes here, but just in case you're somewhere where they are. Shh. Guys, over here, calm down. Shh. No. Calm down, okay? All right. Let me teach you all this rhyme, all right? Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. Okay, now say it with me. Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. I've heard venom black as well. Red touches what color? What is this color right here? Black, not yellow. I hope not. This is red touches black or venom black, friend of Jack. She's a friend of Jack. Okay, so we know she's not venomous. These are active mostly at night. What do we call an animal that is active at night? Nocturnal, good job. Nocturnal is appropriate for this year's summer reading program. Who's supposed to be talking? Me, thank you, okay. So they're active at night because it's a lot cooler at night than it is during the daytime. Now, you notice as I come around, her tongue is sticking in and out. Is she making fun of you guys? Why is she sticking her tongue out? Why is she doing that?
Smell.
To smell, very good. It's how they smell. They got a moist tongue like a dog's moist nose. They flick it in and out. And that's the way they learn about their environment. Also, can she hear me talking right now? No, remember she has no ears. They can feel vibrations through the ground, but they cannot hear sound waves. Are you going to see her blink? No, she has no eyelids. They do have a scale covering their eye like a contact lens that gets shed with the rest of their skin, but she will not blink. It's hard to tell when a snake's asleep. She's about as big as she's going to get. They get about 3 up to 4 feet long, I think. But even because no drama queens, what I said, look, she's about as harmless as she can be. Did you want to pet her? I want you to pet her and tell her how she feels. Slow and smooth. Very good. See, snakes are not only let adults touch because it's funny when adults get hurt, not when kids get hurt. So that's why we only let them. Okay, so what she said is true. Snakes are actually not slimy at all. They're actually very, very smooth and dry, like leather. And she's very soft and she just shed her skin. So she's not venomous, but she does have teeth. All snakes have teeth. It's how they hold onto their food and eat. What do you think a snake like this would eat? No. No, don't scream. Stay right where you are. No drama queens, okay? We don't want to scare the snake. Or each other. What do you think she would eat? Mice, good. They like mice. Rodents, things like mice and rats and moles and voles. Some of these also eat other snakes, a lot of them are cannibals as well. Sit down. Just stay where you are. I'm having service. Much better. Stay quiet. These guys love mice. Now that's actually really good news for us because mice and rats breed very quickly. A single pair can turn to thousands within a single year. They carry lots of diseases like Lyme disease and the plague. It's pretty nasty stuff like that. If we have too many, we've got more disease and more people dying and getting sick. You're all right. You're all right. Don't hurt yourself trying to get away from it. Also, mice are one of the #1 causes of house fires in North America. So they get into our houses during the wintertime, chew wires, and cause fires. So mice and rats can cause a lot of problems for us. So snakes are one of the #1 best controllers of mouse population. Without snakes, we'd have way too many mice. So are snakes a good thing or a bad thing? They're actually a good thing. You see, even animals we don't like have a purpose on this planet. And that is the purpose of the snake. Stay where you are. I'm not going to step on anybody. Try not to. Stay where you are. You're okay. That is their purpose for controlling mouse populations. And I promise, they do a much better job than your cat. Because they can slither down into the hole where the entire family is and eat the entire family in one sitting and take care of your problems. They're really, really good mousers. Now, they're called a milk snake. Why on earth are they called a milk snake? Anybody want to guess? You think they would give milk? They don't give milk. Only mammals do. Good guess, though. What do you think they're called a milk snake?
Because they drink milk.
Because they drink milk? You would think so, but they don't drink milk. Anyone else take a guess?
Because they're white on their nose.
The white looks kind of like milk. It does. Usually it's more of a yellow color, but yeah. Good guess is all of them, but there's actually another reason for it. There's an old wives' tale. Back in the day, farmers, and some farmers still believe this, I gotta be careful. Farmers used to think that these snakes would go in the barn at night and milk their cows. Now, could you imagine a snake doing that? Would a snake do that? No, a snake would not do that. But the farmer would think so. But I can imagine a cow sitting still for a snake to bite it and suck milk, besides the fact that snakes don't drink milk and don't have lips and can't suck. So why would the snake be in the barn in the first place, do you think? Why would she be in there?
To eat the mice.
Very good. Eat the mice and the rats. She was actually doing the farmer a big favor. So what kind of, sit down, sweetheart, sit down. You sit. Good job. So, what kind of snake is this? Who remembers?
Milk snake.
Milk snake, or a Pueblan milk snake. Good job. Okay. She's venomous or non-venomous? Non-venomous. Okay. These actually make pretty good pets, by the way. As far as snakes go, they make pretty good pets. Okay. Put her back now. This is a female. It's very hard to tell in snakes, males from females. But she actually laid eggs, so that's how we know for sure it's a girl. Not intentional. Okay, so right now we are where? North America, good. We're going to jump south of this continent right down here.
Africa.
South America, good. Our next two animals are rainforest animals. What is the name of this rainforest over here? What's it called? Got a specific name though, it is tropical. What is it called? Amazon. Good job. We're going to do the Amazon rainforest. So let's quiet down. We don't want to frighten this guy. It's a baby. Well, I'll tell you. Okay. This guy is a rainforest tortoise known as a red-footed tortoise. Now most tortoises, I know he's cute guys, don't touch, just look. Alright. He's a rainforest tortoise. Now most tortoises are found in very dry or desert habitats, but he is not. He is found in the wild in a very hot, wet, humid, rainy place in the rainforest. Now, he's not fully grown. Like I said, he's a baby. He's only about 5 or 6 years old. And turtles grow very, very slow. He may live to be, quiet down over here, girls. He may actually live to be 50 years or more. Turtles are very long-lived animals. Some species of turtle can actually live to be close to 200 years, which is a very, very long time. Well, like I said, he's not quite fully grown. He's got about that much longer, about that much taller, way up to 20 pounds. He weighs about 7 pounds right now. They're called a red-footed tortoise because of the red markings on the fronts of their legs. Now, they're not as bright as they normally would be because he's very dirty. These guys love to bury up in the mud. They love mud. A lot of turtles do that to stay cool when it gets very, very hot. So, like I said, he's not fully grown, but like all turtles, he's got this hard protective shell. Now that shell is obviously important to protect his body, But can he walk out of his shell and leave it behind like a hermit crab? No. No, good answer. He could not do that. This shell, there you are. This shell is part of his skeleton, actually. This is his bone. His internal organs are attached all on the inside, and his spine runs right up here. So he is actually attached to his shell. He's not going to walk out of it and leave it behind. He can pull most of his body into it. He's not going to because he's not shy. He can actually pull his head in, put his feet up in front of his face, protect his face, and kind of tuck his hind feet and his tail in as well. There is only one turtle we have around here who can pull its entire body inside and even close the front door. What kind of turtle is that? You know what I'm talking about? Good. Box turtle, good. The box turtle, that is a local turtle we have here. Now, box turtles are actually may one day be on the endangered species list because we don't have very many of them left. The number one reason for that is because they get hit on the road so much. So, next time you see a box turtle across the road, help it across without getting hit yourself, of course. Now, these guys have the most varied diet of any turtle in the world, just about. These guys eat both plants and animals, so they are what? Omnivores. They're omnivorous. Very good. Now, turtles don't have teeth. They've got a sharp beak to bite off and mash up food with. They eat things like mushrooms and fruits. He loves fruit. Vegetables and insects, slimy slugs and grubs, and occasionally dead things as well. Dead stuff. They're like carrion is what that's called. Okay, so you're sitting down. I don't want to trip on anybody. Okay. Now, I think this is a boy turtle. I don't know for sure. I'm going to tell you why I think it is. Now, in boy turtles, their shell actually kind of scoops in like this. So we have a towel. This guy's called Squirt. That's why I have the towel on him. But a male turtle shell scoops in the bottom. Like, also, they have a longer tail. So I think it's a boy. I don't know for sure. Now, in turtles, these turtles anyways, the boys get bigger than the girls. And the reason for that is the boys actually fight for the girls. The way they do that is they've got this sharp, pointy thing underneath their neck that sticks out, their blaster, and that's their weapon or their ramming rod. So when two male turtles meet, and there's a girl there they both want, they both start to bob their heads. That's how they initiate a fight. They bob their heads. It goes on for a long time. Very, very, it's a fight in slow motion. So they do that for a while. Finally, they start to ram each other. They use that piece right here to actually try to flip the other turtle over. And the one who flips the turtle over is the winner. The loser may sometimes actually die if they can't right themselves again. Usually they can flip it over pretty easily, but not all of them can. So, what kind of turtle is this? Who remembers what this is?
A red turtle?
Red-footed tortoise. Very, very good. Like I said, he will live a long time, and possibly even outlive me. So they're definitely an investment of time. By the way, you may or may not know this, but it's actually against the law to have turtles as a pet in Tennessee. And it's kind of a complicated law. If you have more questions, ask me afterwards. I won't turn you in or anything. But just so you know, you've got to have a permit to have a turtle in Tennessee. Okay, so red-footed tortoise. Let's put him back now. Now, the reason I have this towel because he tends to go to the bathroom. He's usually pretty good about it, but a couple of weeks ago, I was at the Clarksville Library, and they had beautiful, lovely carpet, and he decided to use the bathroom. I didn't have the towel then. That's why I have the towel now. It was a big mess. Me and the janitor had a lot of fun cleaning that up. So if you go there and you notice somebody staying on the carpet, he's the reason. Okay, so right now we're in South America. Now, I've been kind of lax with you guys so far, but we're going to be a lot stricter with this next animal. This guy is big. He definitely does not like to be touched. Kids need to sit down and not get up when I'm coming around. In fact, I may not get in among you with this guy. You'll see why. It's very important we stay quiet and calm and stay on your bottoms, okay? Very cool. I don't want you to be scared of him, but he's just a lot bigger than the other ones we've had. Everybody get seated. He's actually shedding today. Okay. This guy is maybe an animal you've never seen before. This guy is an Argentine black and white tegu. T-E-G-U. Now, tegu just means lizard. Just means lizard in a South American language. So he's about as big as he's going to get. They get about 4.5 feet long, weighs to 15 pounds. And he's also a male. And the males get bigger than the females in these guys. The males also have these big puffy cheeks like you see right here. I'm actually not sure what those are for. I wasn't able to find any information. But I do think it has to do with maybe showing off for the girls or scaring away the other boys. Sweetheart, you need to sit down. Layla, sit. Just sit. Okay, stay right there. Thank you. You're going to notice when I come around, he's got a nice long tongue. Now that tongue is a lot like a snake's tongue in that that's how he smells. He smells and tastes the air around him. But unlike a snake, he does have ears and he can hear, and you're going to see him blink as well. They also have very good eyesight. They're very, very intelligent animals, these guys. Now, these are in a family of lizards known as the whiptail lizards. Look at his tail. See how long that tail is? It's very thick. This tail is their weapon. If he gets upset, you'll see why they're called the whiptail lizard. And I've got the welt to prove it. These guys usually tend to whip their tails around rather than bite. Although I would not want to be bitten by him either. He's got very, very powerful jaws and very sharp teeth. These guys are found in South America. They're found more along the forest edges and savannas than they are in the deep rainforest. They got short, powerful legs they use for digging. These guys will dig underground in search of food. Now these guys also eat both plants and animals, so they're what? Omnivores. Very, very good. This is why I'm not going to get too close to you. When he gets upset, he tends to thrash around. Okay, shh, who's talking over here? Shh. Shh. Quiet. Thank you. Don't want to scare him. Don't want to scare him, trust me. If you guys notice I got some scratches on my arms, this guy is why right here. He's getting ready to demonstrate that. These guys are very powerful diggers. They look for food. They like things like eggs and arthropods, dead things, fish. These are actually very good swimmers, by the way. They can swim and actually hold their breath for a long period of time. Not very good climbers, though. They're not really climb. These guys spend more time on and under the ground than up in trees. Now, there is a lizard that spends a lot of time in trees that is an herbivore, and it's green. What is that lizard called? It's very common. Huh? No. Yes. Not a gecko. Think bigger. They're real popular pets. You get them all the time. Chameleon. Not a chameleon. Think bigger. Someone's got to know this. Iguana. There you go. Iguanas. These guys share their habitats with iguanas, but unlike iguanas, these guys don't really climb, and they eat meat. So, he's about 6 or 7 years old, and they live to be about 15 years old. You notice his beautiful, black and white skin. Now, this skin is what they're named for. Sorry, I can't come back there with him. This skin is what they're named for. And unfortunately, this skin has caused problems for the tegus because people think they make nice cowboy boots and purses. So especially back in the 1980s, it still goes on today, these guys were killed by the thousands and made into boots and purses for leather trade. Now, these guys are very understudied. There are very few people out there studying these guys. We don't know very much about them. Maybe one of you guys, though, keep your hands down for now. Maybe one of you guys will grow up and study animals like this, become a herpetologist. What do you think a herpetologist does? What do they study? What are we talking about today? Reptiles, good. They study reptiles and amphibians. That's what herpetologists study. Maybe one of you guys will grow up, be a herpetologist, learn about these guys, and protect them. These don't make very good pets unless they're experienced because they're very, very powerful, and they can really do some damage to you. So, what kind of lizard is this? Who remembers what this is?
Black and white skin.
No. It rhymes with ragu.
The black and white
tegu, good job. Argentine black and white tegu. His name is Onyx. Like I said, these guys are actually very intelligent. He knows how to walk on a leash and harness. It's a lot of fun to take him out in public parks and that sort of thing. People out there walking their poodles and stuff. But he's a really cool animal. But when he gets unhappy, he lets you know. So, put it back now. It's pretty good. Argentine black and white tegu. Ouch. He was just getting his balance that time, but it still hurts. watch any really, really old black and white movies, like the silent movies, they used to use these as dinosaurs in the background. So, but they got a real prehistoric look to them. Okay, so where are we right now? What continent are we on right now?
South America.
South America, very good. These guys are found in parts of Argentina and Brazil. Yes. Our last, there goes a bit more. I knew I was going to do that at some point. Our last animal of the day, we're going to jump across South America. We're going to jump across the big ocean. What's the name of the big ocean? Pacific, good. We're going to the world's largest continent. Is what? Asia, good. We're going to be in southeastern Asia. You'll only see it when you guys are quiet. That's for sure. We're going to be in southeastern Asia, which is also a rainforest environment. I'm going to stay up here with this next guy as well because he's kind of big and we're still getting to know each other. Everyone will be able to see him just fine, so don't worry about that. Let's meet this next animal. They're found in Malaysia and Thailand, parts of China, and also Burma. Burmese python. Burmese python. This is a pretty big snake, you may think, but by Burmese python standards and even by large snake standards, he's a tiny guy. This guy is a baby. He's only 2 years old, which means, quiet down, quiet. Thank you, better. Which means he's going to get a lot bigger. These guys are the top 6 largest snakes in the world. These guys can reach 16 to 18 feet at least and can reach over 20 feet when they're fully grown and over 100 pounds. That's obviously one that's been fed a lot and has lived a long time, but they can reach that size. Now that's a big snake, don't get me wrong. That's not the world's biggest snake. What is the world's biggest snake? The what? Not the cobra. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. But what's the world's largest snake? Yes. Anaconda. The anaconda is one of them. There's actually another one too. There's another one. Do you know the other one? Good. Reticulated python. Good job. The anaconda is the heaviest, over 400 pounds, close to 30 feet. Reticulated python can reach 32 feet. I think that's the record, and doesn't get as big or heavy as the anaconda. But they're both very big snakes, big enough to eat any of you guys. So, but these guys don't get quite that big. Now, he's just a baby, like I said, 2 years old. He's going to get a lot bigger. Now, is this a color that you would see in the wild? Yes? You think so? No. No. What do you call this color besides yellow, not banana? What do you call, let's go back one more. What do you call a color where there's no dark pigment? What is the name of that color? You know? Yeah, you thought you had it. Even people can be this as well. I bet an adult knows it. Albino, good. He's an albino. Albino just means lack of pigment or melanin. People can be that way too. Quiet down. Now, albinos do happen some in the wild, but do you think that he would be able to hide very well? No, this will not make very good camouflage. Their normal color is more of a greenish or brownish color. That acts as, what do you call when you're blending in with your surroundings? Camouflage. Camouflage, good. This is not good camouflage. He would not live very long in the wild like this. This is also an animal that comes out at night, which is, what is that called again? Nocturnal, good. So it comes out at night. These guys, I don't want to put them up too soon, guys. These guys have special tools for finding animals in complete darkness. Under his nostrils, he's got this row of holes. He's not going to, let me show you. He's kind of shy. He's got a row of holes under his nostrils, which are called heat-sensing pits. Those help him to sense warm-bodied animals in complete darkness. So he will actually wait for animals to come to them. These are ambush predators. When an animal does finally come along, they grab it, they wrap their body around it, and they squeeze it really, really hard. What is that called when you squeeze it really hard? Another word for it. Constriction, good. Constriction. Now, hopefully he will not demonstrate demonstrate that on me today. This is constriction is how they kill their prey. They wrap their body around, they squeeze it till it stops breathing. They do have teeth, they've got very sharp teeth actually, that they use to grab and hold onto their food with, because again, you have to think about it. Snakes are kind of a disadvantage in the animal world. They have no claws, they have nothing to grab their food and hold on with. That's why they've got those sharp teeth that point backwards, kind of like a shark's. I know you guys are dying for me to come back there, but I can't walk among the kids with this guy, so we're still, like I said, we're still getting to know each other. Maybe afterwards when the kids are out of here, I might. Okay, sweetheart, you gotta sit down, okay? You guys need to sit down and stay where you are. Do not. Okay, sit down. Sit down. This is for your safety, okay? So they use constriction to kill their prey. They got very sharp teeth to grab their food with. So their natural habitat is Southeastern Asia, like I said, but it's not the only place you can find these besides pet stores. Where can you find these snakes now that they're not supposed to be? Kind of close to home. Florida. Shh. Quiet down, guys. Shh. Quiet down. Yes, the Florida Everglades and the Keys, where these are now found wild. He's a very active snake. So how in the world did these big snakes get there? What are they doing in Florida? How'd they get there? Everybody's able. How did they get there? They swim across the ocean?
Yeah.
No, that's too far. How did they get there?
People buy them when they get too big and they let them go.
It's a big part of the problem. Very good. People think these make really cool pets. You can go to almost any pet store and get one of these. They're about this big when you get them. You think, oh, it's so cute. People take it home, and 2 years later, they got this. Another couple of years, he's going to weigh, probably close to 45, 50 pounds. They grow very quickly. They can grow 7 feet in their first year of life. They're very, very fast growers. People get scared of these guys, and rightly so. This is not a toy. This really does not even make a good pet, even, because even this size, he could easily kill me if he wanted to. And it does happen. People get killed by these all the time. Their beloved pets they've had for years and years will suddenly one day grab them and try to eat them. Because they don't rationalize. If they're hungry and you smell like food, they're going to treat you like food. That's why only experts should have these. You have to learn how to read their behavior and know whether they're going to attack or not, because they're not child's play. This is not a good pet. So they're in the Everglades. People get these, and they get too big and they let them go. Is it a good idea to let a snake like this go? No. Very bad idea. Because, like I said, they're dangerous to small pets and small children in urban environments. He's trying to hide. He's kind of scared. Also, and they pose a huge threat to the environment. Because in the Everglades, you have a lot of endangered species. There are a lot of animals down there that need protection. When you throw these snakes in there, they eat a lot of different kinds of food. As a matter of fact, common everyday animals like raccoons and opossums are practically extinct. Are practically extinct because there's so many of these snakes. They're estimated there to be about 500,000 of these now living and breeding in the Florida Everglades. So we're never getting rid of them. They're there to stay. But they're not going to migrate north or anything like that because the frost line keeps them down. They can't survive our cold winters. So, is this the world's biggest snake? No. This is the Burmese python. Not the world's biggest snake, but they do get very, very big. And do these make good pets? No. Please say no. Snakes do make good pets, just not these. These belong in zoos, in the wild, and only by experts like myself. You guys think this is a cool job? I think it is. I think it's an awesome job. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's okay to say no. It's not for everybody. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's important that you guys stay in school, you study hard, you go on to college and study even harder. This is the kind of job where you're going to get hurt, you're going to get dirty, you're going to get very tired, and you're never going to get rich, but it's a lot of fun. It's the best way to work with both people and animals, and it's awesome. I love snakes, by the way. This is why I'm here, why I'm with this guy. Even though he's dangerous, I do love him. I just respect him as well. So if you guys want a job like this, like I said, stay in school, stay away from drugs. Very important you guys work very hard because you can do it. You guys have been awesome this morning. Thank you so much for coming out here. But before anybody gets up and moves, I'm going to put him up first. Do not come up here until I get him up first. But I do have some information up here if you guys want more information about programs like this. We do programs like this for schools and for libraries, for church groups. I've got some brochures and business cards. We've got a website. We're also on Facebook as well. And also have some bookmarks for the kids if you guys want to get a bookmark of your favorite animal from today. Thank you guys so much. Let me put them up now. Okay, put our kids.
Hi, I'm Lynn Swan, former Pittsburgh Steeler, ABC Sports commentator, and chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. It's my goal to teach kids everywhere the importance of physical activity in their daily routine. You may not know it, but one of the Treehouse detectives has forgotten how to keep in shape. Stay tuned and find out if the Treehouse detectives can work together to get themselves and their friend back on track to compete for the President's Awards for Physical Activity and Fitness. And remember, whether you're catching passes in the Super Bowl or just playing outside with friends, you're not just having fun, you're keeping fit. Find out how in the NASA Sci-Files, the case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is physical activity important? How do muscles help us move? Which body system works closely with muscles? When you see this icon, the answer is near. I don't get it. There must be a lack of oxygen on this beach because, I'm in excellent shape, but I'm still tired.
Well, no offense, RJ, but you don't exactly look like a winner from last year's Presidential Fitness Challenge.
What? I'm in the same shape I was a year ago.
I don't know. You didn't run cross-country this year.
I still exercise. At least I think I still exercise.
Suit yourself. I'm getting into shape. I like being fit. Besides, I want to make sure I earn the Presidential Fitness Award again this year. I gotta keep moving.
What if Kaylee is right? What if I'm not as physically fit as I thought? I look good, and I feel good, but it's difficult keeping up with Kaylee. I remember taking my physical in the fall, but that was 6 months ago. I could have a problem. What's happened?
Hey, RJ. I know what you need. You need the problem board.
Of course, the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that the President's Fitness Challenge test is in 6 weeks and that there are 5 parts to the competition.
Partial curl-ups, sit and reach, pull-ups, the mile run, and BMI.
Right, body mass index. Good job, RJ.
We also know that I'm not as in shape as I previously thought.
So what do we need to know?
We need to find out how to develop an exercise program that will help me in the Presidential Fitness Challenge.
When was your last physical? You might need to get another one before you start a new exercise program. Remember, safety first.
Definitely. So where do we go?
I remember Tony talking to Beth Shepard about exercise programs for astronauts. I'm sure she can help us.
Of course, astronauts. And I think Tony's in Houston right now. I don't know what kind of physical shape he's in, but I'm sure he can help us.
And Bianca's connecting with some astronauts in Dundee, Scotland.
Dundee, Scotland. I think I read an article in the newspaper about Dundee. A school in Houston challenged a school in Dundee to get involved in the Presidential Fitness Challenge.
Is that why the astronauts are there?
I'm not sure. But if it has to do with fitness, it would be good if they're involved.
I'm really glad that Kaylee's encouraging RJ to get in shape for the upcoming Presidential Fitness Challenge. I feel pretty good myself, but we certainly have a lot to learn. In fact, Mr. William Eminent, a friend of Beth Shepard's at NASA Johnson Space Center, agreed to help us learn more about exercise. I exercise quite a bit, but what exactly is exercise?
Exercise is any physical activity that raises your heart rate or makes you work hard to push, to pull, or to lift something, such as your body weight or a barbell.
Is exercise the same for everyone?
No, it's different for everyone depending on your interests and abilities. For example, your grandmother may enjoy walking. Your dad might like to mow the yard. And your mom or sister might enjoy going to the gym to lift weights or run on a treadmill.
My friends and I enjoy playing basketball. Is it exercise if you're having fun?
Of course, and best of all, you enjoy it. It's important to do physical activities that you like. That way you'll be more active.
I enjoy tracking market fluctuations on the internet and playing video games. Is that exercise?
Sorry, they're not exercise. Remember, exercise is when moving your body.
Why is physical activity so important?
It helps to keep your body healthy. Aerobic activities such as jogging, riding a bicycle, or swimming help to keep your heart healthy. Resistive exercises such as lifting weights or even playing hopscotch help to make your muscles and bones strong.
How much physical activity should I get?
When you're young, you should get about an hour every day.
That's easy to do, because I love playing basketball and soccer. But why does NASA need to study exercise?
NASA understands the importance of keeping the body healthy, especially when traveling in space. When astronauts are in space, their bones and muscles weaken because of reduced gravity. If they're too weak, they won't be able to do things like spacewalks or eventually to walk on Mars.
Do astronauts have to do special exercises before they go into space?
While on Earth, astronauts exercise just like us. However, there are some limitations when they go to space. Of course, they can't play soccer or basketball.
So how do they exercise?
In space, they use a strength training machine to keep their muscles and bones strong. They also exercise on a treadmill and stationary bike. Of course, NASA is also developing new technology such as ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, to provide more resistive exercise in space.
Wow, I didn't realize how much physical activity is involved in space travel.
Working in space is very challenging. During a spacewalk, for example, astronauts might have to use their hands for up to 8 hours.
So do astronauts have to exercise their hands?
Yes, they do. Here, put your fingers close together in this power web. Now try to spread them apart.
It's really hard to open my fingers.
The power web creates resistance that the muscles in your hand have to overcome. If you train these muscles consistently, over time they'll get stronger.
Thanks, Mr. Eminette. Now that I've learned about the importance of exercise, I need to learn more about muscles.
Good idea. Dr. Hagen studies muscles. Let's go see if he's available.
Great. I can use the exercise.
Remember, to be physically fit, you need to exercise on a regular basis for your whole life. Come on, let's go see Dr. Hagen.
Dear Sci-Fi's Kids Club members in Dundee, Scotland, you'll love working with the NASA astronauts. They work really hard to stay physically fit to prepare for the extremes of space travel. I hope you can keep up. If you do, you'll have no trouble in the Physical Fitness Challenge with Schultz Middle School in Houston. We're also working on getting physically fit, and we're more than happy to share our research with everyone. In fact, Tony's meeting with Dr. Hagen about muscles right now.
Let me tell you a little bit about muscle. Muscle is a type of tough elastic tissue that pulls your bones to help you move.
Sounds complex.
Let's take a look at this yarn to get an idea of what muscles look like. What do you see?
There are several small pieces of yarn wrapped around each other to make one thicker piece of yarn.
That's correct. If you will look more closely, you will see that there are even smaller yarn fibers making up each of the smaller strands of yarn. Muscles are made of bundles of smaller and smaller tissue fibers.
Are all muscles the same?
No. There are more than 600 muscles in the body and 3 types of muscle tissue. Smooth muscles are found inside the blood vessels. Cardiac muscle is found in the heart. However, the majority of our muscles are skeletal muscles. They are attached to the bones and provide the force to move our bones, do work, and provide power for our movement.
So, skeletal muscles help us move?
Yes, skeletal muscles are attached to bones. When the muscles contract and become shorter, they pull the bones closer together. Take a look at this arm model.
It doesn't look much like an arm.
Okay, let's use your imagination. The vertical ruler represents the bone in the upper arm. The horizontal ruler represents the bones in the forearm. Where they connect is called a joint.
And the string represents your muscle.
I can see your imagination is working. What do you think will happen when you pull the string?
The forearm will rise.
Very good. Go ahead and try it.
That's cool. It reminds me of a simple machine, a lever.
Yes, we can think of our bodies as a series of simple machines. However, Each muscle in the body can pull in only one direction, so muscles must work in pairs. One muscle or group of muscles makes the joint angle smaller, while a different muscle group pulls it back to its original position.
So muscles work together, like a team.
Right. Muscles need physical activity and proper nutrition, just like the rest of your body. They also need to rest after they've worked so they can recover their energy and grow stronger.
Is it important to have really strong muscles?
You don't have to be Superman, but you do need to be active to maintain muscle health.
How do we keep our muscles healthy?
By good stress.
Wait a minute. I thought stress was bad for you.
There are all kinds of stress. Walking, carrying packages, and sweeping the floor are physical stress. Doing crossword puzzles and reading are types of mental stress. There is also emotional stress, such as receiving a bad grade on a test or walking into a surprise party.
So what is a good stress for our muscles?
Physical activity can lead to good stress. Muscles grow and rebuild as a result of physical stress, and stress can lead to an increase in muscle strength and muscle endurance.
Thanks, Dr. Hagen. It sounds like we need to take a closer look at our good stresses.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help. Good luck on your project today.
Hi, Dr. D. We came to learn about your exercise program.
We didn't realize you were working on your car.
No problem. I'm going jogging later, but now I have to change the spark plugs on my car. It's amazing. They only cost about $8, but if they're worn or dirty, the car simply won't function properly.
How is that possible?
Interconnected parts make a system operate. The spark plugs in all parts of the car work together in a system.
That sounds like a scientific principle.
We know that systems are collections of objects that interact and work together.
Very good. Systems like my automobile are often made of subsystems. For example, one subsystem of my car is the fuel system, which includes the gas tank, gas line, and fuel pump.
Don't forget the carburetor or fuel injector. That's what supplies the mixture of air and fuel to the engine.
How do you know so much about cars?
Well, when you think about it, it's not too long till I'll be getting my driver's license.
These spark plugs are part of the electrical system, which also includes the battery, starter, and alternator.
I know that cars have a radiator that keeps the engine cool. Is that part of a cooling system?
That's right. Now, if only one part of one subsystem does not function, the car won't run as it should.
Is that true of all subsystems?
Well, almost. For example, if your radio doesn't work, the car will still run.
That's debatable.
I can't imagine a long trip without the radio.
What's the most important subsystem?
You're trying to trick us, Dr. D. They all work together to make the car run. They are all important.
Very good. Because you're interested in exercise, let's talk about the body system and its subsystems.
We learned about body systems in the case of the biological biosphere.
What subsystem of the body is like the electrical system of a car?
That would be the nervous system. It sends messages through the body and ties everything together.
And the fuel system?
Well, the human heart is like the fuel pump. Just as it pumps fuel to the engine, the human heart pumps blood and oxygen to all parts of the body.
I understand that you've been studying muscles. What does a car have that's similar to muscles?
I would say the motor and the drivetrain, because it provides the force to move the car, and the muscles do the same for the body.
So what body system works closest with the muscles?
Well, we learned that there are 3 different types of muscles, the skeletal muscles being the most numerous. So I would say the skeletal system.
Excellent reasoning.
It looks like we need to investigate more about bones. Can you recommend someone for us to talk to?
I certainly can. Why don't you contact Dr. Scott Smith at NASA Johnson Space Center? He studies bones and how reduced gravity environments affect them.
Thanks, Dr. D. Good luck with the tune-up.
You're welcome. Bye.
So what's up? Should the Treehouse detectives increase their physical activity? Why is RJ still so tired? Is there something more to being physically fit? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How does physical activity help your bones? Where do bones get their strength? What are nutrients? What is a calorie? When you see this icon, the answer is near. It says here that the Presidential Fitness Award involves challenges for individual students, entire schools, and even adults. I really need to get in shape. I would hate to let down the entire school. I guess this is what Dr. Hagen meant when he talked about good stress.
I think we need to do some more research. We're supposed to contact Dr. Smith in a couple of minutes.
I don't have time.
What do you mean?
I have to start exercising immediately. I don't want to be the kid to keep our school from becoming the Presidential Fitness Challenge champion school.
I'm glad that you're concerned, and that's why we need to remind everyone at school to do what they can to stay physically fit.
Which explains Bianca's flyers.
However, we need to do some more research before we put you through the paces of an established exercise program.
True. We need to learn more about bones. I know they're solid, but you never know.
Dr. Smith should be able to answer those questions. In fact, here he is now. Hi, Dr. Smith.
Hi. I hear you're learning about the body and its systems.
Yes, Dr. D told us that muscle and bone systems work together, so we figured we needed to learn more about bones.
Great idea. The muscles and bones work together so much that they're often called the musculoskeletal system.
Of course, musculo meaning muscle, and skeletal meaning bones.
So what is a bone?
A bone is a type of organ in your body that serves many important functions.
I read that there are 206 bones in the human body, and that each bone has a specific purpose.
That's right. Many bones protect other organs. For example, the skull protects the brain. A flexible spine encloses and protects the spinal cord, and the rib cage surrounds the lungs, heart, and other internal organs. Some bones help with movement. People's arms and legs contain some of the longest and strongest bones in the body.
Wow. I didn't know that bones had so many different purposes. So how do muscles and bones work as a system?
The bones are connected across joints by tough, fibrous ligaments. Muscles, which are usually attached to bones by tendons, make movement possible and also help to support the body.
Other than supporting and helping our bodies move, do bones do anything else?
Absolutely. Bones contain bone marrow where red blood cells are made. Bones also store minerals and regulate calcium distribution between bones and other tissues.
I've heard of calcium and that it's important to bones, but I'm not sure how.
Well, without calcium, our bones would be too soft and flexible to support our bodies against gravity. An inadequate supply of calcium in the diet over a lifetime is believed to contribute to the development of a disease called osteoporosis.
What's osteoporosis?
It's a condition that usually occurs later in life, in which bones are weak and more likely to fracture.
If it happens to adults, should kids be worried about it now?
Absolutely. Children and teenagers can help prevent osteoporosis later in life by including enough calcium in their diets and by getting plenty of physical exercise.
Why is it so important?
By the time you're 20, almost all the bone you'll ever have will be formed. If you haven't formed enough by then, you're much more likely to have problems as you get older.
So how can physical activity help?
Dr. Hagen told you that your muscles need good stress, and good stress comes from physical activity.
How does physical activity help your bones?
Bone is a living tissue that responds to physical activity and use. The body builds bone based on its needs.
So the more physical activity we have, the more bone our body will build.
That's correct. Even after bones stop growing, they still need physical stress to maintain thickness and strength.
I never realized how important physical activity is.
Yes, and especially if you want to be one of the next generation space explorers.
Why do astronauts need to worry about their muscles and bones?
During spaceflight, bones don't have to work against the force of gravity. The lack of resistant force causes astronauts to lose bone density, muscle size, and strength. While this may not affect their performance in space, it can make astronauts too weak to carry out routine tasks when they return to the full force of Earth's gravity.
So how do they keep their bones healthy in space?
Before a mission, astronauts exercise daily and eat a healthy diet to make sure their bones and muscles are in the best shape possible. Once in space, they work to maintain healthy bones and muscles by eating a carefully balanced diet and doing resistance exercises, such as rowing or using a special exercise device that allows them to lift weights, even in a reduced gravity environment. Once back on Earth, they do rehabilitation exercises to help rebuild any bone or muscle loss.
Sounds like NASA makes sure that astronauts are always in good health.
Yes, and as we go back to explore the moon and on to Mars and beyond, the health of the astronaut will be even more critical to maintain mission success.
I guess if our generation is going to be the one to explore Mars, I guess we better get physically fit.
Right, and that's why it's great to participate in the President's Fitness Challenge.
Yes, and even if you aren't going to be a space explorer, physical activity and a healthy diet will help you live a much healthier life.
Thanks, Dr. Smith.
Is it okay to count all this walking and passing out flyers as part of my workout? I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, it is physical activity, and you're helping get the word out about the importance of being physically fit.
Speaking of physical fitness, I wonder how the Kids Club members in Scotland are coming along with the challenge with Schultz Middle School.
I'm not sure, but I did see the Harris Academy in Dundee is doing an experiment on chicken bones.
Chicken bones? So what are they doing with chicken bones?
They're decalcifying them.
Let's see.
I learned in English class that D means to reverse or remove something, and calcifying sounds like calcium. So are they taking the calcium out of the chicken bones?
Exactly.
I wonder how they're doing that.
Let's find out.
Okay, but first I'm gonna try a few push-ups. Tell me when you make contact.
I was waiting until you got to 5.
And 5. Go ahead and dial them up. It'll be good for them to see me stretching.
You're too funny. Here they are now. Hi, we're the Treehouse Detectives. We were reading about your experiment on chicken bones.
Hi, I'm Adam, and this is Anna, and we're in Mr. Shan's class at the Harris Academy, Dundee, Scotland.
Can you tell us about your experiment to decalcify chicken bones?
We learned that our bones get their strength from a hard outer covering which contains the mineral calcium carbonate.
The calcium keeps our bones stiff and rigid. We wanted to know what happens when you don't get enough calcium in your diet.
And we know that we lose calcium from our bones over time and has to be replaced daily.
We decided that the problem should be, how does the loss of calcium affect
bone strength?
How did you make the chicken bones lose calcium?
We did some research and learned that vinegar is an acid that slowly over time dissolves the calcium in bones.
And what was your hypothesis?
After doing some more research, the hypothesis was the more calcium a bone loses by being soaked in vinegar, then the weaker it will be and the more it will bend.
To test our hypothesis, we determined our variables and made sure to have a control experiment.
We know that it's important to test one variable at a time, and that a control is a standard for comparison. So how did you set up your experiment?
We got 4 similar chicken bones that were also all about the same thickness.
For our control, we put one bone in a jar and covered it with water. For the other 3 bones, we placed each of them in a jar filled with vinegar.
We then sealed each jar with a lid and let them sit. After 2 weeks, we opened jar 2, rinsed off the bone, and tested its strength.
And what did you find?
We used a protractor to measure how much it bent, and it bent about 15 degrees.
We next took out the control bone to see how much it bent, but it didn't bend at all.
After another week, we opened jar 3 and measured how much that bone bent.
It bent even more, about 40 degrees, but the control bone was still rigid.
What about the third bone?
We just opened it a few minutes ago, and we're ready to measure it right now.
It looks like it bends about 90 degrees. That's quite a lot.
So it looks like you've accepted your hypothesis.
Maybe, but we still need to do a few more trials and collect data from the other groups in the class and graph the results before we draw any conclusions.
The more data you collect, the more reliable your conclusions.
Exactly. We've learned that in our research too. Thanks for sharing your experiment with us.
You're welcome.
And good luck with your research.
That was quite an experiment.
Yes. And now I know I have to make sure that I get calcium every day. I'm getting hungry. How about getting something to eat?
Didn't you eat breakfast? Remember, Dr. Smith did mention the importance of good nutrition. So what have you eaten today?
I don't like where this is going.
Don't worry, we just need to go to the problem board.
I can do the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that there are different kinds of muscles and bones, and that they need proper nutrition and good stress.
Right. And don't forget calcium. We also know that bones are attached to muscles, making up a system. So what do we need to know?
I think we need to learn more about nutrition.
You're not saying I can't have ice cream, are you?
Ice cream does have calcium, but you might try frozen yogurt instead. But I really think we need to do some more research.
Okay, so where do we go?
Let's talk with the doctor.
I should have asked my doctor when I was there.
No, not your doctor. Let's talk with the doctor for the United States.
Wow. Does the United States even have an official... Do you think we can really meet with the U.S. Surgeon General?
I'm going to D.C. this weekend. If the Surgeon General's available, maybe we can meet.
This is big. It isn't every day you get to meet the Surgeon General. Okay, back to push-ups.
When you're finished, don't forget to visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website to download a log to track your progress.
You can find all kinds of cool tools for research on the NASA Sci-Fi's website. Really cool tools.
I'm here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, to meet Vice Admiral Richard Carmona, the U.S. Surgeon General. Are some nutrients more important than others?
All nutrients are equally important because your body needs them for best performance.
We learned about muscles and bones and how important physical activity is to keep them healthy. We also learned about good nutrition, and it seems pretty important also. But we're not sure exactly what nutrition is.
Nutrition is the process of taking in food and nutrients so the body can use them for fuel and building new cells. It's a three-part process.
Let me guess. The first part would be eating or drinking.
Bianca, you got it right. And the second part is digestion, where we take those foods and break them down into the essential nutrients.
What are nutrients?
Nutrients are substances that are very important to the body. We get them in the food we eat. You probably know them as proteins and fats and carbohydrates and vitamins and minerals. But they're real important for us to be able to grow and be strong.
Are some nutrients more important than others?
All nutrients are equally important because your body needs them for best performance. For example, proteins and fats and carbohydrates. Those are known as macronutrients because usually you consume them in larger quantities.
What about vitamins?
Vitamins are very important nutrients that we take in from the foods that we eat because the body can't make vitamins. Vitamins are essential molecules, chemicals in your body that help with a host of other chemical reactions that take place.
So where do we get vitamins?
Vitamins come from your food.
We've learned a little about calcium. Isn't that a mineral?
Calcium is a mineral. In fact, it is the most abundant mineral in your body. It makes your bones strong, but it also helps with your muscle activity and the nervous system as well.
Okay, so what's the third part of the process?
The third part is when your body actually takes all those nutrients and uses them throughout the body for fuel.
The body sure is complicated.
It sure is, but as long as we put the right things in our body will know what to do, and we've got to make sure we get enough water also.
Water? I never thought of water as being important to my body.
The water is very important to your body. About 2/3 of your body is made up of water. Every cell in your body has water, and you need water to transport nutrients as well as eliminate waste.
Wow, it is pretty important. But how much water should we drink?
Well, Bianca, on a daily basis, the average person loses about 3 liters of fluid, so you have to replace that. What you commonly hear is about 6 to 8 glasses a day, but you really need to adjust that based on your activity.
The human body is amazing. I think we need to learn more about nutrients and what foods are healthy choices.
I think that would be a good idea, and I've got just the right person for you. Dr. Joanne Lupton at Texas A&M University, and she was instrumental as a partner with the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Agriculture in developing the new food guide pyramid and dietary guidelines for 2005.
There's a new food guide pyramid?
Yes, there is, and you're going to find it very helpful. I'm going to email Dr. Lupton and let her know you will be contacting her.
Thanks, Dr. Carmona. This information has been most helpful.
Well, you're quite welcome, but I need your help. I need you to spread the word about all of this information to all of your friends in school and all of our future astronauts. This is the year of the healthy child. It's real important that we get the message out about eating healthy, about physical activity. All Americans need to know this, but especially our kids.
You can count on the Treehouse Detectives.
So this is it. This is Dr. D's lab. We've done a lot of research right here.
Wow. I've always wanted to do research with Dr. D and the Treehouse Detectives. It all really happens right here?
Exactly. Hopefully Dr. D can help us with nutrition, if we ask nicely.
Hi, guys. I understand that you're ready to learn more about nutrition.
That's right. How did you know?
It's okay, RJ. After reading all your reports on the internet, I've decided to get a jump on the research and email Dr. D and ask him to help us.
You're gonna make a great Treehouse Detective.
Yes, and after I read Blake's email, I think I know just what you need to learn about next. Calories.
I've heard of calories, but what are they?
A calorie is a unit of measure that tells us the amount of energy that is stored in food. But it's easier to show you. We'll do an experiment in which we burn food.
Why are you gonna burn food, Dr. D?
Food has energy, and a calorie is the amount of energy that it takes to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius.
Oh, I get it. We burn the food to see how much it raises the temperature of the water.
And that tells us how many calories of heat energy were produced.
Very good. You're probably wondering what burning food has to do with the energy that our body gets from food.
That did cross my mind.
Our bodies combine oxygen with the nutrients in food to produce carbon dioxide, water, and energy. This process is called metabolism. Now, fire does the same thing, but metabolism is much slower and not nearly as hot.
Food labels mention calories. Are these the same calories that you are talking about?
Yes, but the calories on a food label are written with an uppercase C, representing kilocalories. So if it says 400 uppercase C calories, it is actually 400,000 calories.
So what's the experiment?
It involves burning pecans and round oat cereal.
Why'd you choose those?
Well, as you've already learned, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats are sources of energy for the body. Each of these contains a different amount of energy.
What do you mean?
Well, if you burn a gram of carbohydrate, it will release a different amount of energy than burning a gram of fat.
I think that the carbohydrate will release more energy than the fat.
Good guess. To find out, we'll burn this oat cereal, which is high in carbohydrates, and compare it with this pecan, which is high in fat. To control variables, we use the same mass of each.
I wouldn't think that one nut would produce so much energy.
We'll see. Let's use 50 grams of water, which is 50 milliliters. Let's put on our safety goggles and proceed with caution.
Let's check the beginning temperature of both cans, then we'll watch for the highest temperature after the burning stops.
And remember, in each case, the flames be the same distance from the container.
Wow, the water in the container above the pecan changed by 60 degrees.
That's a little more than twice the temperature change in the water above the cereal. Does that sound reasonable?
Actually, it's very close. 1 gram of fat has 2 1/4 times as many calories of energy as 1 gram of carbohydrate or protein.
I had no idea there's so much energy in food, and that every nutrient is different in the amount of energy it has.
And don't forget about nutrition. We still have to talk to Dr. Lupton.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Dr. D. And as always, it's been awesome.
You're welcome, RJ. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So what's up? Is RJ getting enough calories? Are the Treehouse Detectives eating a nutritious diet? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What's new about the new food guide pyramid? Why does your body need energy when it is resting? What type of research did the RRS Discovery perform? When you see this icon, the answer is near. Wow, I'm really out of breath. Doing this is a lot harder than it used to be.
Well, at least you're making progress.
I just hope that I'm eating enough. I know that food provides energy to do physical activities, and if I don't eat enough, then I'm bound to get tired.
How much food you need to eat depends on how much physical activity you get and also what kind of activities you do.
How much of a difference is there between activities?
I thought you'd ask me that question, so I brought a calorie chart with me.
What does it say about running?
The amount of calories burned also depends upon weight, so I'll give you the amount for your weight. In a half hour, running requires about 400 calories and jogging about 250.
How about walking?
That would be about 110 calories.
What other activities require a lot of calories?
You could try skipping rope or cross-country skiing.
I think I'll stick to jogging, but I need to figure out exactly how many calories I need. It's probably a lot.
Don't forget about nutrition.
Catherine's right. Can you name the 5 basic food groups?
5? I thought there were only 4.
We clearly need to do more research on nutrition.
Didn't Surgeon General Carmona mention speaking to someone about the food guide pyramid? Dr. Lupton of Texas A&M, I believe?
Yes, he did. In fact, I need to see if Dr. Lupton has responded to my email. She may be able to meet with Tony.
And I need to email the kids' club members and encourage them to work on nutrition as well as physical training.
You guys certainly are busy.
A Treehouse Detective's work is never done.
I'm here at Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Dr. Lupton has agreed to meet for lunch to talk about nutrition. We learned that nutrition is important for energy and healthy muscles and bones.
That's correct. Everything that we do depends upon the food you eat.
I was wondering, who needs to be more concerned about nutrition? Kids or adults?
Everyone needs to be concerned. When you're a baby, and now that you're still growing, your body needs lots of nutrients.
Dr. Carmona told us about the 5 major types of nutrients. What exactly are we supposed to eat?
I thought you might ask that.
Dr. Carmona said that there was a new food guide pyramid. What's new about it?
Several things. First, you'll notice that there are 6 color bands forming a triangle. 1 band for each of the 5 food groups and a small one for fats. Second are the steps up the side to remind us to be physically active every day. And the person walking up the steps reminds you that it's up to you. It's personal.
So it really is my food pyramid?
Yes, it is. And if you put in your age, your gender, and your level of activity, it will give you an overall food plan.
My plan says that I need 2,800 calories per day. We learned from Dr. D that the energy stored in food is usually measured in calories.
That's correct. And you need to spend those calories on nutritious foods so that the body gets all the nutrients that it needs.
And now we learn which foods are nutritious?
Right. Do you remember what we ate for lunch today? We ate foods from each one of the 5 food groups: grains, vegetables, fruits, milk, and meat and beans. Each group should be eaten as recommended.
My plan says that I should eat 10 ounces of grains. What exactly is a grain?
It's any food made from wheat, rice, oats, cornmeal, barley, or another cereal grain.
There are a lot of grains. Is there one type that's more nutritious than another?
The most important thing to remember about grains is that you should eat whole grains. And whole grains contain the entire grain kernel.
And the website has a chart telling you exactly how much an ounce of grains is. This is really cool. Now that I've got grains covered, what about fruits and vegetables?
Best rule of thumb is to eat a variety. Fruits can be fresh, frozen, or canned, but go easy on the fruit juices. And with vegetables, eat more dark green and orange veggies.
My mom says that low-fat or fat-free milk is better for me.
That's true. And milk has calcium for your bones. But remember that you can also eat low-fat yogurt and cheeses. Again, variety is important.
I had a turkey sandwich for lunch. That counts as meat.
Yes, it does. When it comes to meat and beans, you should choose low-fat or lean meats and poultry. Bake it, broil it, or grill it, and vary your choices with more fish, beans, peas, nuts, and seeds. So getting your nutrition out of your foods is the best route.
Thanks, Dr. Lupton. I'll email the other treehouse detectives about checking out their own food pyramids.
This is a great flyer. This is exactly what we needed.
Thanks. Do you want to help me pass them out later?
Sure, anything to raise awareness. Otherwise, how are we going to get everyone in the school to become more physically fit?
Right. I'm hoping that if we can get enough students motivated, then we can become a Presidential Fitness Awards state champion school.
That would be awesome. Of course, we still don't know if RJ would get in shape in time. He had a rough workout earlier.
What happened?
He's been trying to do extra exercises to catch up, but he gets tired too easily.
I think he needs to come up with a new hypothesis. We learned that physical activity is only one part of being physically fit, and activity is supposed to be fun.
He did say he was trying to eat better.
Well, that's good. His diet hasn't been too nutritious. Let's go to the problem board and see what we should do next.
Great. My first problem board. What do we know?
Well, we know that 60 minutes of daily physical activity is very important.
And we know nutrition is key.
And Dr. Lupton explained that we need to spend our calories wisely on nutritious food. I was reading in my health book about something called BMR.
What's BMR?
I'm not sure, but it stands for basal metabolic rate. And it sounds like it might be pretty important when it comes to determining your daily calories. So maybe we should learn more about it.
Tony said in his report that Dr. Lupton suggested we contact Dr. Ted Mitchell. Maybe he can help us with BMR too.
Good idea. I wonder where he is.
I read on a website that he was the medical director of the Cooper Wellness Program at the Cooper Clinic in Dallas, Texas. He's also on the science board for the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports.
Great. Let's dial him up. Hi, Dr. Mitchell. Thanks for talking with us.
Hello. How can I help you?
We're learning what it takes to keep our bodies healthy and physically fit. Dr. Lupton showed us how to use the new food guide pyramid to determine how many daily calories we need.
I was reading in my health book about BMR, and I think it might have something to do with calories. We were wondering, what is BMR?
Well, I'm sure that you've learned that your body needs energy for doing physical activities like running or kicking a ball.
Yes, and we know that the amount of energy our bodies need depends on how active we are each day.
Well, that's correct. But the total energy that your body uses every day also includes the energy that it requires while it's at rest.
If the body's at rest, why does it need energy?
Well, even at rest, your body requires energy. It requires energy for all of its basic functions, for the cells, the organs, and the tissues, for the heartbeat, for the breathing, for the digestion. Even the brain needs energy at rest.
Energy for brain function? So, if you're a genius, your brain uses more energy than others?
Well, maybe. BMR is unique for each individual. Age, gender, and weight are a few of the factors that affect BMR, and also physical activity and muscle mass positively affect the BMR.
Why is it important to know your BMR?
Well, knowing your BMR allows you to more accurately calculate how many calories your body needs each day. And if you know your daily calorie intake, it's easier to maintain a constant weight.
How do you do that?
Well, it's simple. The number of calories that you use each day should equal the number of calories that you eat. If you eat more calories than you use, you gain weight. If you eat fewer, then you lose weight.
So BMR is like a general rate at which your body uses energy. And once you know your approximate BMR, all you need to know is your activity level.
Correct. And then you're ready to calculate the number of calories your body needs every day.
I hope it involves math and formulas.
It does, and it's a little complicated. So if you're a male, just put in the correct numbers and do the math.
I love calculations. Let's see. I weigh 42 kilograms. I am 160 centimeters tall. My age is 12, so I have a BMR of 1360.
Of course, there's a formula for girls as well. To calculate your own BMR, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Finally, multiply your BMR by your energy level to calculate your daily calorie needs.
Looks like I'm medium, so I would need to multiply by 1.7. That means I need 2,312 calories.
Very good. You might also want to calculate your BMI.
BMI, isn't that part of the Presidential Fitness Challenge?
Yes, it is. It stands for Body Mass Index. You see, when you step on the bathroom scales, the number you see isn't necessarily how healthy you are. BMI shows at a glance whether extra pounds translate into health risks. But BMI isn't always accurate because it doesn't reflect muscle mass.
I read in my health book that muscle mass weighs more.
That's right. As you can see, 5 pounds of fat takes up a lot more space in your body than 5 pounds of muscle.
So how do you find your BMI?
Visit the President's Challenge website and use our BMI calculator.
So what does our BMI tell us?
Well, it expresses the relationship between weight and height. The higher the number, the greater the risk for developing certain types of health problems.
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell. You've certainly given us a lot of information.
Well, you're welcome. And call again if you have any questions.
We will. Bye. Now we need to update everyone on our progress. It's important to be prepared.
Have you heard anything from the Kids Club members in Scotland?
They mentioned visiting the Discovery Museum in Dundee. One of the astronauts recommended they check it out.
That's where the RRS Discovery is on display. Did you know that the space shuttle was named after their ship?
No. How did you know that?
Research.
I should have known.
We're really excited about our progress. In fact, while running with the astronauts the other day, we discussed going to the Discovery Point Antarctic Museum here in Dundee. I'm meeting with Miss Gilpolter there this afternoon.
The RRS Discovery was one of the last wooden three-masted ships built in Britain, and she was built right here in Dundee. She was also the first to be constructed specifically for scientific research.
What kind of research was she built to do?
The ship was commissioned by the Royal Geographical Society to explore the Antarctic. At that time, Antarctica was still an unknown area, and Captain Scott and his crew were to explore the region and bring back scientific information.
Antarctica has a really cold and harsh environment. Must have been difficult.
Yes, it was. In 1901, technology was not as advanced as it is today.
I guess that could have been a problem. If you don't have any information about the place you're going, you won't know what to bring.
That's correct. The more knowledge you have about an environment, the more successful the mission. For example, Captain Scott took a wind generator for electricity, but the wind was too powerful in Antarctica and it broke the second time he used it.
If he'd known it was that one day, he would have left it behind.
That's correct, and they could have used the space for supplies that might have proved more useful.
What supplies did they take?
They needed an extraordinary variety of equipment because once the expedition was in Antarctica, they could depend only on the equipment they'd brought with them.
Wow, I didn't think about that. I guess there weren't any grocer or hardware shops if you ran out of something.
They had to take it with them or do without. They took explosives, fireworks for signalling, cameras, medical supplies, clothing, scientific equipment, soap, oil lamps, tools, tons of food, and even a hot air balloon for surveying.
Wow, that's amazing. I never realised it had to take so much stuff.
The Discovery carried some 19,000 kilos of flour to bake bread and 15,800 kilos of meat, which was mainly tinned and not as nourishing as fresh.
Why tinned meat?
They couldn't preserve fresh food during the long sea voyage from Britain or for the 2 years in the Antarctic. To help, they took along 45 live sheep, which they slaughtered once they got to Antarctica.
Why didn't they just hunt for their meat?
In the winter, the largest animal in Antarctica is only the size of an insect. But in the summer months, the men were able to hunt seals and penguins for food. But at first, they didn't like the taste.
We've learned how important it is for explorers to be healthy and physically fit. Did the men have any health problems on the expedition?
Yes, scurvy was a big health problem because its cause, lack of vitamin C, wasn't fully understood. It's a terrible disease that can cause internal bleeding, makes you weak, and have joint pain.
Sounds awful. Wasn't there anything they could do to prevent it?
They should have brought more citrus fruits, which contain vitamin C.
Sounds like they learned a lot from this expedition.
Yes, we learned valuable lessons from the past. Future explorations have a wealth of history to draw on to make sure the mistakes are not repeated. Today's explorers are much better equipped and safer than ever before.
I wonder what NASA is doing to plan for exploring the Moon, Mars, and even beyond.
Good question. The astronauts will be here this afternoon. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer that question for the Kids Club members. Come on.
No wonder the astronauts are so concerned about getting and staying in shape. I'd better email the Treehouse Detective and the kids at Schultz Middle School. Maybe they have some questions for the astronauts as well.
So what's up? Have the Treehouse Detectives figured out what is wrong with RJ? Do you think they will win the Presidential Award for Physical Fitness? Are lessons from the past the key to future explorations? Find out in the final chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What type of physical activity is good for the heart? What activities should kids do every day? When you see this icon, the answer is near. I'm not sure how much it counts, but informing the greater population of our school certainly qualifies as physical activity.
Education requires a lot of work and discipline.
I just hope we win. It would be nice to go out on top.
It's not that bad, is it, RJ?
Yes, it is that bad. Did you see Blake? Talk about a go-getter.
I think he got promoted to field general today in PE. The kids at school seem to be responding well. The difficult part is to become motivated to be physically active. Most people want to be in good shape, but they don't exactly know how to go about it.
I'm not exactly sure how to go about it either. Right now, I'm just trying to follow my old track and field warm-up workout. I came up with a new hypothesis, though.
What is it?
If you eat nutritious foods, get at least 60 minutes of physical activity each day, and then balance your calorie input and output, then you'll be physically fit.
It sounds like you're on the right track, but I think we need some help here setting up a new routine.
Isn't Bianca trying to meet with some people on the President's Fitness Council?
I'll check my email.
There has to be more to this. I mean, a track and field exercise program can't be the only way to work out.
Plus, there's lots of ways to be physically active. Hey, you guys, we might have the answer. Bianca talked to someone at the President's Council, and they directed her to Mr. Lynn Swan.
That's funny. That's the name of one of the greatest Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers to ever play football.
I wonder if it's the real Lynn Swan. You guys, she is meeting with Mr. Lynn Swan, former Pittsburgh Steeler.
Quick, send her an email. I'd love to get an autograph. Tell her to have him sign her Get Up and Go sheet.
Okay, I'm writing.
I'm here at Swickley Academy's Nichols Field to meet Mr. Lynn Swan, sports commentator for ABC and chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness in Sports. I can't wait to meet him and learn more about how to keep active and physically fit.
Good throw.
Thanks. I've been working on my muscle strength and endurance by doing some weight training.
Well, Bianca, it's important to have a variety of exercises and physical activity, like swimming, running, and, of course, football.
When you played football, did you have to have a specific routine or do certain physical activities to keep your muscles and bones strong?
Yes, professional athletes have to stay in top condition.
How did you do that?
Well, I work with a trainer who helped me establish a routine and a schedule to meet my fitness goals.
What about kids? Do we need a specific fitness routine?
Well, not usually, unless, of course, you're training for a specific sport. The key here for kids is to get 60 minutes of activity each day in whatever activity or sport they consider to be fun.
I love to swim. Is that enough?
Well, swimming is great. Just remember that you should also participate in activities that will increase your aerobic endurance and muscular endurance, strength and flexibility, and help you maintain a healthy body composition, which is, of course, the proper balance of fat and muscle. By trying new activities, we learn new skills, and that can be fun and challenging.
That makes sense. If you enjoy the activity, you're more likely to be physically active all your life.
Yes, and it's also important to remember to be absolutely safe when you do a variety of activities.
I hadn't thought about that. Do you mean like wearing your helmet when you ride your bike or skateboard?
Oh, absolutely. And follow the traffic signs and rules when you're walking, riding, running, skating, or even skiing.
That's all good advice. Anything else?
Yes, make sure that you warm up before and cool down after any strenuous activity or sport.
More good advice. You must think that it's really important for kids to be physically active.
Yes, that's why I wanted to be involved with the President's Council. You know, ever since the President appointed me, I've had the chance to talk to kids and adults about the importance of physical activity and how important it is to the body, the mind, and the spirit.
We're really excited about our upcoming testing for the Presidential Physical Fitness Award.
That's great, but don't forget there are 3 other presidential programs that you can attempt.
I think Catherine is participating in the Presidential Champions program. She's very active in all her sports.
Well, that's great, because in that program, you earn points towards gold medals, silver, or bronze based on the amount of energy you burn. For example, running and walking are great activities, but running requires more energy than walking, so you get more points if you're running.
How many points do you need to earn a medal?
Well, for the gold medal, you need 80,000 points. For the silver, 45,000, and for the bronze, you only need to get 20,000 points.
What other programs are there?
Well, there's the Presidential Active Lifestyle Award. For that one, you commit to 60 minutes of activity 5 days a week for 6 weeks. There's also the Health Fitness Award. To earn that, you achieve healthy levels of physical fitness based on health criteria and standards posted on the President's Challenge website.
Wow, I didn't know there were so many individual programs. We're working to make our school a state champion school.
Well, that's great. I hope you succeed. But you can also be a model school or a physical activity fitness demonstration center. Be sure to let everyone know that all students can participate, including students with disabilities.
Thanks, Mr. Swan.
Hi, Blake. Do you want to run sprints with me?
No, thanks. I did some walking earlier, and I think I'm gonna go for a swim later in the afternoon.
Well, at least you sound active.
Yes. I was thrilled about Bianca's report from a meeting with Mr. Swan. I used to think I had to have a grueling workout, kind of an Ironman workout, for 5th graders.
Sort of an Iron Kid situation.
Right, and I was overwhelmed. But now I'm taking a healthier approach, and I'm enjoying it more too.
That's because if you enjoy your activity, you're more likely to become active all your life.
That's interesting. I was speaking with the Kids Club members in both Houston and Scotland, and they were reaching the same conclusions. In fact, the Kids Club members in Scotland were hoping to speak with an astronaut later to learn more.
That's great. I hope they learn more about being a space explorer. Because if we go to Mars someday, I want to make sure that I can measure up.
So are you going to do some more sprints?
No, I think I'll just go swimming with you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When we travel to Mars, how will astronauts prepare for the long trip?
Researchers at NASA are conducting a number of experiments to make sure we astronauts are well prepared for long-duration space exploration. Everyone at NASA wants to make sure astronauts stay healthy during space travel.
Treehouse detectives learned from Dr. Hagen that astronauts lose some muscle mass while in space.
Yes, Katie. Data from multiple NASA space missions have made it clear that low gravity creates changes in our muscles and bones. With the analysis of astronauts' blood and urine samples while in space, researchers can experiment with countermeasures.
What kind of countermeasures?
Some countermeasures are nutrition and exercise. By studying how countermeasures affect the loss of muscle mass, researchers can help to extend the length of time for space travel.
What about your bones in space?
Good question, Louise. There are also experiments being conducted for bone. For example, there's a new device being developed at NASA Johnson Space Center called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, or ARED for short.
I remember reading about the importance of resistive exercise in the Treehouse Detectives report with Dr. Amonette.
Exactly, Katie. The ARED offers the kind of resistance necessary for this exercise, and it'll help keep the astronauts in shape.
What about nutrition in space?
In space, astronauts burn just as many calories as they do on Earth. However, sometimes their sense of taste changes and they may not be as hungry. Being sure that they eat enough to stay healthy is even more important.
How do you make sure astronauts stay healthy in space?
NASA provides and monitors our diet for balanced nutrition before, during, and after space flights.
I found out how important vitamin C was to prevent scurvy. Does NASA make sure that astronauts get enough vitamin C?
Yes, Katie. Our astronaut menus are planned so that all the necessary vitamins, minerals, and nutrients are present.
NASA really makes sure that astronauts are healthy and stay that way both on Earth and in space.
Well, speaking of staying healthy, Christopher, tell us about your progress with the challenge.
Dear RJ, the astronauts were very helpful, and thanks for sharing all of your research with us. Now we really feel like we know what we're doing. Everyone in Houston seems to be doing well too. Keep us posted on your progress, and good luck.
It's great to see kids so excited about fitness and nutrition. So I was thrilled when the Treehouse detectives stopped by the lab to share the results of their investigation.
We're putting together our health and fitness presentation for our school, and we wanted to talk to you about it.
After all our research, we think we know the most important part of getting in shape. We just wanted to see if you had any suggestions.
Tell me what you have.
When you're young, it's important to be physically active at least 60 minutes a day.
We found that it's good to have a goal, such as the President's Fitness Challenge, to keep you motivated.
And you have to apply the principle of good stress to increase muscle and bone strength and muscle endurance.
That's right. Healthy muscles and bones are an important part of being physically fit.
So far, so good. Don't forget to mention that it's important to pick physical activities that are fun. It's easier if you like what you're doing.
I was really impressed with the importance of proper nutrition.
We get our energy from food and measure it in calories.
It's important to take in only as many calories as the body needs for its basic needs and for physical activity, but it's also important to make proper choices.
The food guide pyramid helps you make sure that your body gets the proper nutrients it needs, such as carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals.
You probably ought to close by emphasizing that being active and eating right can lead to a long, healthy life.
That's good, Dr. D. And we can't forget all we've learned about how NASA is preparing for long-duration space exploration.
After all, we are the next generation of explorers. I just may walk on Mars someday.
And of course, we have to be sensible in our plan. Warm up before and cool down after strenuous exercise. And pay attention to safety rules.
Think that it is also important to participate in a variety of different activities.
You're right on track, Dr. D.
And I hope that the students will get as excited about keeping fit as we are.
If you tell them how eating right and being physically active has personally helped you, it's even better than just reporting on research. Your excitement will also help motivate them.
That's excellent advice. Thanks, Dr. D.
Thanks.
Along with Schultz Middle School in Waller, Texas, and the Kids Club members in Scotland, we all got more involved with health and nutrition. Our school did become a presidential fitness champion school, and we all changed the way we live to live healthier. And, best of all, we're having fun.
Stay in shape, you gotta exercise.
Keep fit, never stop. Do the hip, do the hop, to the top. Gonna make your body rock.
Like a race.
Like a race.
Gotta keep your pace.
It's a fitness challenge, get on your case.
Get moving. Let your body start grooving.
You can do it. Yeah. Now let's prove it. Hypothesize.
Eat well and exercise.
You don't need another side of fries. Eat fries. Eat fries.
You wanna feel your best. Check your body mass.
You can pass the test. You can lead a rich life.
You don't need to be wealthy. A daily workout can keep your heart healthy.
Yeah. Don't fear it. For your mind, clear
Lose
it.
stress in your body and spirit.
Yeah.
Get straight, motivate positivity.
Feel the power of activity.
I guarantee you're gonna like how you feel.
Put fitness into fitness, that's keeping it real. Yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. If you want to explore the solar system. Hey, yeah, yeah. You gotta be fly in physical condition. Eat right, then let your body be the witness. Get tight, get right. Put a fitness into fitness. Get your heart, get your heart
Your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency has over 600,000 acres of public hunting lands available to sportsmen. To find out where those areas are in your neck of the woods, pick up a copy of the latest hunting guide or log on to tnwildlife.org. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with turkey research, sampling station locations.
Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency was on hand to do weights and measurements for the competition.
Next up, Archery 101, arrows.
Help your broadhead cut better if you hit bone or backside shoulder, something like that.
And we'll finish off with a drop the tailgate, food plots, and seeding rates.
Acre, you should sow approximately 24 pounds of seed from this bag.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
The 2021 Tennessee Governor's One-Shot Turkey Hunt was a huge success. Despite wind and rain, hunters and guides harvested over 60 birds.
Beard is 6 5/8.
The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency was on hand to do weights and measurements for the competition, but also collect samples from hunter-harvested birds.
We are in cooperation with UT to do turkey research on the turkey population and disease potential in the population. About 6 years ago, we did this same type of thing where we collected samples from the turkey and we sent them off to UT, they looked at them, and so now they want to just go ahead 6 years later and look at the birds and see if they've been exposed to other diseases or parasites, or if the loads of the disease has changed. So we've been working real hard on our end and UT's end and trying to figure out why we are having this perceived decline in turkey populations, because we want to know as much as anybody what's happening.
This weekend, April 17th, marks the opening of turkey season in Lincoln, Giles, Lawrence, and Wayne counties. And the TWRA will be on site. Sampling stations will be set up in multiple areas.
So as a hunter, if you want to participate in this project, you can bring your hunter-harvested birds to one of these locations, and we'll give you back your fan, your beard, your spurs. We'll even breast the bird for you and give that all back to you, and we'll keep the carcass so that we can take tissue samples to send off to UT and see what we can find. When we're collecting tissue samples, we're taking pieces of the internal organs, such as the lung, the kidneys, part of the heart. We're looking at the digestive tract. So we're looking at those places where disease might present itself. We may not know or find a smoking gun per se that says this is why our bird populations have gone down, but it'll help give us a better picture about management. And maybe along the way we will see something that could point us in a direction that we could focus on and help out.
Hey guys, Michael Parsley here with the TWRA. Once again, we're at Archery Den, and we're going to teach y'all and tell y'all about how to pick an arrow and what grain and all of that. And I'm here with Matt Eddy, and he's going to help us find that out. Matt, take it away.
So choosing the arrow is almost as important as choosing the bow. There's times when you can choose the wrong arrow depending on the game that you're hunting. And say, if you're too underspined, you may break an arrow on impact and not get the penetration that you're looking for. The arrow directly, the spine, directly correlates into what poundage and what draw length you're shooting. So for instance, somebody shooting a 50-pound bow with a 27-inch draw length, they may need a 400 spine. That means the arrow has a little more flex, and the poundage is going to make that arrow fly straighter, whereas a 400 spine on a 70-pound bow is going to flex a lot. The arrow is not going to recover in time, and you're going to have some erratic groups. A 70-pound bow with a normal 29-inch draw length is going to need a stiffer arrow, like a 340 or even a 300 in certain instances. The stiffer the spine arrow, the heavier the arrow weighs. So for hunting and penetration, kinetic energy wise, what you're looking for is you're going to want an arrow that is 400 grains plus, in my opinion. And what that does, it helps your momentum going forward once you make contact with the animal. And it's also going to help your broadhead cut better if you hit bone or backside shoulder, something like that. It's going to keep the arrow from breaking as much. So there's many different things you can do to increase the weight of your arrow. You can add a luminoc, a lighted knock, for example, to your arrow. That's going to help you see that arrow in flight. You can also weight down, choose different weight heads, 100 grain field points, 125 grain field points. You can even do weighted inserts to increase your FOC. What that's doing is that's helping to stabilize the arrow a little bit quicker.
You said FOC. What does FOC mean?
Front of center. Increasing your front of center is going to help stabilize that arrow. It adds more weight to the front of the shaft, and it's going to get you a little bit more penetration and momentum to keep that arrow driving forward as you shoot. So most arrows are fletched with one odd color vein and two veins of the same color. We call this vein the cock vein. These are the hen veins. The reason they're fletched like that is so you can acquire which one is the cock vein quickly. In most arrow rest, you're going to put the cock vein up through the rest. Some guys like to fletch them all one color. Everything in archery is a fashion show. So we want to ensure that we can acquire which one is the cock vein and do it quickly in case we need a second shot or something like that. And that also, what that does, the reason we need the cock vein up in most rests is that gives us the clearance. You see here in the whisker biscuit, the veins, we want the veins touching all brown bristles, and we want them in the same density of bristles. So that is the purpose of having an odd colored vein, your cock vein, and having two of another color is just to acquire that cock vein quickly.
Okay. Now, is that everything we need to know about picking out a correct arrow for your bow?
That is it, and come into us and let us help determine the spine. We don't want anybody shooting the wrong spine and not getting the performance out of their bow that they may get otherwise.
Okay. We're standing here in front of a lot of a great selection of arrowheads, or broadheads that people could shoot out of their compound bow. How does the weight of the broadhead factor into what you're shooting?
So what you're shooting, what you're practicing with your field tips, you want to shoot the same grain broadhead. That weight out here on the end, like I said, more weight on the end increases your front of center, your FOC. It's going to get you a little more kinetic energy and momentum. You want to stick with the same grain for hunting, though. We practice all year long. We get our bow sighted in with a 100 grain field tip, and then you put a 125 grain broadhead on. We're not sighted in anymore. Broadheads are not cheap, and they're typically not reusable, so you're going to have to buy new broadheads if you're going to go practice with your broadheads. There's a couple of different kinds of broadheads out there. One being expandable, two being a fixed blade broadhead. Differences in expandables is vast. Fixed blade broadheads are just that. They're fixed. They never change.
So these mechanical heads, they open on impact and make a wider cutting area, correct?
Most open on impact, like these Rage hypodermic no collars, they open on impact on the outside. You get a big entrance hole and you get a big exit hole. There's other expandables, such as the Swacker here, that doesn't open until it goes into the deer. You might get a small entrance hole, but the exit wound is going to be your large hole. By getting a smaller entrance wound, it helps that arrow get the complete pass through and keep its forward momentum, ensuring that you get that exit hole.
Okay, and that's what you want. You want a complete pass-through.
Complete pass-through. I don't want an arrow sticking out of a deer that's going to hinder my blood trail. I want to recover that deer quick, and I don't like getting on my hands and knees and looking for blood.
Right. And these fixed blades, they are what they are, fixed, right? They don't move. They're not like these expandables.
Absolutely. Fixed blades, you got what you got. They're typically a smaller cutting diameter, but they're tried and true. For example, when shooting a crossbow, some of these crossbows are so fast that an expandable may open when you shoot it, or it may not open because the crossbow is too fast. That's why we recommend a fixed blade broadhead for crossbows, fixed blade broadhead for kids, because it doesn't take as much kinetic energy to get that broadhead moving forward on impact of a deer. Another thing about fixed broadhead versus expandable is if you're planning on going on an elk hunt, say this season, or you're lucky enough to get drawn on the Tennessee elk hunt, or you're going out west, we prefer a fixed blade broadhead over an expandable for elk. The reason being, an elk's rib is generally almost the size of a whitetail deer's shoulder. It's hard enough to get penetration when you hit shoulder on a whitetail deer. It's hard to get good penetration. You're almost never going to get a pass-through on an elk. So cutting a 2-inch hole in an elk rib, or cutting 2 to 3 ribs, is not practical for getting penetration. A good, sharp, fixed blade broadhead that doesn't have to move is going to get you better penetration and make sure that you get that double lung shot and put that elk down as quick as possible.
Well, there you have it, guys. Come on out to the archery den. Let them help you pick out the correct arrow and the correct broadhead for your bow.
Hey, I'm Jamie Fedderson. I'm TWRA's Migratory Game Bird Program Leader. Did you know that our biologists and technicians spend time every summer banding Canada geese, wood ducks, and mourning doves? Each year, we put on about 2,000 bands on resident Canada geese, and we put about 800 on wood ducks, and about 500 or 600 on mourning doves. And the information we get from these bands is helpful information for us to use to keep track of where these birds are moving. It gives us information about harvest, and it fits into some of the information we need to set season dates and bag limits for these birds. So if you ever harvest a bird that's got one of these bands on it, please report that band. There's information on the band about where to go and what to submit, and all that information is really important for us to make good decisions managing Tennessee's wildlife.
Thanks for joining us on another episode of Drop the Tailgate. I'm Barry Cross, the Region 2 Communications and Education Coordinator. And today I've got Clint Borum, the private lands biologist from Middle Tennessee with me, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about food plots and what we may be doing wrong on our food plots, and we don't even know we're doing it wrong. He's going to give us some tips on how to maximize the benefits from those food plots. And Clint, thanks for joining me today. And what are we doing wrong?
Yeah, Barry, it's a big subject, you know what I mean? Food plots are the buzzword with everybody, and it's that time of year. You know, we're in September now. It's time to be planting fall food plots, and so I'm getting a lot of questions about it. So it's great timing that we put this together, this Drop the Tailgate together. But I wanted to get out there several common mistakes that are made when planting food plots. Of course, one of the first ones that I see a lot is, where do you get your recommendations from?
Now, I always get them off the back of the bag. Whatever that bag says, I just throw it out there and hope for the best.
Well, with so much TV and so much internet and different things out there, a lot of people are putting out food plot recommendations. A couple of things that you need to take into account are the fact that people may be recommending food plot mixtures for areas that are not the southeast, all right?
Yeah.
Some of these areas may be up in Wisconsin or Minnesota.
Kansas, Iowa.
Kansas, Iowa. And by the way, the climates there are a lot different than they are down here, okay? They're going to get a lot harsher winter, a lot shorter growing season, maybe less rainfall, and you have to take all those things into account with the species that you're planting into your food plot. So a big mistake is where people get their recommendations, and one of my solutions to that is I really am an ambassador for your local extension office, all right? Your ag extension office. And in Tennessee, the University of Tennessee has an outstanding extension program, much less they have a phenomenal wildlife extension program at UT. And so they put out a ton of publications on food plots or wildlife management in general, but even better, a lot of publications on food plots specifically that are more tailored to the Southeast or even the state of Tennessee. So that's the first place. If I'm looking for a recommendation on a food plot, what to plant in this part of the world, that's where I'm going to go.
So you really need to take into consideration what our growing season is, I guess, and that kind of thing, and how much rainfall we actually get in this area.
Yeah, it's critical when you look at the type of species that you're going to put into your planting mixture, okay? Most people don't know this, but we get 60 plus inches of rainfall a year in Tennessee. We're about 10 inches of rainfall away from being considered a temperate rainforest, okay?
Wow.
And our growing season pretty much runs from March all the way through the end of September. So that's a long growing season with a lot of rainfall.
So when you look at somebody's property, do you recommend a lot of food plots? Is that how you go about this? Or?
No, not necessarily. Really, the first step when I go out and meet with a landowner is we're going to zoom out. We call it the zoom out approach. And we're going to look at that property from the 30,000 foot view. It's basically going to be a 5-mile circle, and I'm going to assess what's missing, what's not here on this property that needs to be here to make game want to be here. And a lot of times in Middle Tennessee, which is the 26 counties that I work, you see 2 or 3 main components. One is fescue or cool season grass, pasture or hay ground. You see crop ground, and you see woodlands. The one component that's typically missing is early successional cover. And so that's what we're going to focus on first. But when you implement those areas of early succession, you can supplement those with a good food plot program.
And when you're talking early successional, that means like maybe cutting back some of the forest and letting it grow up. Is that what you're talking about?
It could be part of it, but a lot of it is just taking the current openings that you have and managing them for the correct species of natural regeneration. Getting rid of these cool season grasses and allowing things like ragweed, pokeweed, beggar's lice, prickly lettuce, blackberry.
All that nasty stuff.
All those weeds everybody talks about. But in reality, what's critical is those weeds, Barry, run anywhere from 15 to 20% protein for a white-tailed deer, and they exist on the landscape from basically March all the way through the end of September. You can't buy a bag of deer feed at Co-op that has that much protein in it.
And that's one thing somebody told me one time, you know, I'm more concerned about oak trees and acorns. Well, that doesn't last like this early successional habitat does it? I mean, the acorns are only there for a little while.
Very short amount of time. Number one, oaks are cyclic, and there's no biologist on the planet that knows the cycle of an oak, okay? It could be once every 2 years, it could be once every 5 years, and believe it or not, a majority of oak trees in the wild don't ever produce acorns. So let's say that it does produce acorns. That food source is only viable for about a month to a month and a half out of the year, and when it gets rained on the ground and begins to swell, it becomes a non-viable food source for deer specifically. So it's a very short availability of food, and it's limited.
So how do we supplement? What are we messing up whenever we're going to plant our food plots? How do we fix our problem?
Well, we could spend a full 3-hour episode just talking about food plots today, but I'll hit some high notes and show some common mistakes that are made. Again, one, where do I get my recommended mixtures for planting? In Tennessee, I would highly recommend going through the University of Tennessee Ag Extension Program or Wildlife Extension. There are a ton of publications on food plots and food plot management that the Wildlife Extension puts out through UT. You can get good recommendations on seeding mixtures. The second thing we're going to look at is, we're not really supplementing the diet of a white-tailed deer because 75% of their diet is browse, okay? But we're looking to hold those deer over during those critical months, basically December, January, and February, okay? We can talk today about warm season plantings versus cool season plantings. We can talk about annual food plots versus perennial food plots, but I'm not really going to get that deep into it today. But all those things need to be taken into account.
That's where you go talk to your private land biologist and get more information. But what are we talking about today?
Well, today I want to talk about the second common mistake that I see on food plot planting, and that is not getting the correct seeding rate on your plot. A lot of people tend to unknowingly underplant their food plots.
And then they wonder why it looks so patchy.
Yeah, a lot of times it can cause patchiness or unevenness or not a good stand per se on your food plot. So what most people don't understand is you buy this bag of seed and you expect everything in that bag to be seed.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's not.
Okay? Why? It's not?
There's so much inert material within that bag that you may have to alter your planting rate to reach the correct pounds per acre that you need to be planting. And I'll go through an example here if you want me to.
Yeah. Show us what we need to know.
Yeah, so I've basically drawn out what a seed tag on a bag would look like, okay? And here's a bag of wheat, here's the seed tag on it. There's a lot of information on that tag, okay? So we did an example of, say, crimson clover. Let's say you're gonna plant a clover food plot and you're gonna put crimson clover in it, okay? All this information is on this seed tag. Okay. But in reality, there's a couple of things that are really important to me as a planter. One of those is the amount of pure seed that's in that bag, which is listed here, and the germination rate of the seed that's in that bag, okay? With those two numbers, I can determine what the pure live seed amount is in that bag. And when you get planting recommendations, they are in the form of pure live seed. So if I say, Barry, you need to plant 10 pounds per acre of pure live seed of crimson clover, that is different than 10 pounds per acre of clover, okay?
I got you.
So when you take the pure seed, which is 99.7% converted over to a decimal, and you multiply it by the germination rate, which was 85% according to our tag, you get 0.847, or when you convert that back over to a percentage, 84% PLS, or pure live seed, in that bag, which means there's almost 16% of inert material in that bag, okay?
Yeah.
So if we know our desired planting rate, which on crimson clover, we're gonna recommend 20 pounds per acre in this particular plot.
Yep.
That's what we wanna sow in the ground. We divide that by our PLS, and that will give us the actual rate of seed in this bag that we need to plant to reach 20 pounds per acre. So in order to plant 20 pounds of this crimson clover per acre, you should sow approximately 24 pounds of seed from this bag. So you were shorting yourself 4 pounds per acre of actual live seed if you just weighed out 20 pounds and put it out on that acre.
And that's a lot of seed.
That's a lot of seed, especially if you get seed tags that have germination rates in the 60%.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna have to plant almost 50% higher rate to put out the actual amount of seed that you want on that plot. And I actually had that problem this fall with some of my clover plots. Some of the clover germination was running at 68, 65%. So I had to bump my rate up
Almost
from
twice, yeah.
10 pounds to nearly 16 or 17 pounds per acre to get the correct amount of seed in the ground that I wanted. These seeds, specifically clover seed, they come with all this coating on them.
Yeah.
A big coating. It's inoculate a lot of times, and it makes up a lot of weight in that bag. So the actual amount of seed is lower than what you think it is in that bag. So calculating these numbers and determining the actual rate that you need to plant can make a huge difference on the success of your food plot.
Man, that is great information. And this is the kind of thing that if you have questions about what you're doing on your property, you can contact Clint or another private land biologist in the region to find out how to maximize what you're getting, because you're putting in the work. You ought to get everything out of it that you can. Great information. If somebody wants to get in touch with you or find out more information, where should they go?
Yeah, don't let me mess this up, Barry. It's www.tnwildlife-habitat.com.
All right, there you go. Rewind it and listen to it again. Clint, I appreciate you coming out. I hope we can do some more of these, because this is the kind of information that people who are working their own land are looking for. And I think this is beneficial to those that are the folks that really want to get into hunting, or maybe you're already into hunting and you're not seeing what you want to see. This guy right here can help you out on your property and maximize whatever benefit you're going to get out of it.
Yeah, and the reality of it is, a lot of us just don't have a ton of time. We want to make sure we get it right the first time.
That's right.
I don't want to have to come back and redo something I've already done, because my time is limited. So taking into account these sorts of things will help you ensure better success the first time. Awesome.
Hi, I'm Brad Miller, Elk Program Leader for TWRA. Did you know we have elk hunting opportunities here in Tennessee? We started our elk hunt program in 2009 with just 5 permits, but we're now up to 15 permits, opportunities to hunt with archery equipment, rifles, youth hunts. We also have an elk raffle tag. It's a great opportunity to hunt our very best zone, and you get extra gear with that tag as well. So for more information about hunting elk in Tennessee, go to tnwildlife.org.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have picture opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony, and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
We have hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. And we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year. We are pushing it out there, though, that, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us, that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
We
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids
Yes.
or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. And my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were
Little
those
Mermaid.
people?
and it was-
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past? $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's going to change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. You know, it's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should follow father-daughter dance and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ come in, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do you
make
have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit,
Nope.
okay. So 13-year-old would be fine.
Oh, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if, I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I just call her, Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and it,
We're back to that again, wow.
Got to start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're going to throw a couple things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel, and then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that, but this has become more of a festival for families, and it's been going in a different direction for years, and I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out, and take that out of the back of their brain that it's.
Well, if we go ahead and start, do a thing to change the name, like have a, a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Fest. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what I, and didn't even think about it. And when y'all were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think that's neat, and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
More families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have old timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
Well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
Yeah.
But I also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival. If they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we could kind of have like a little battle of the bands in the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
They're wore out.
And they're not going to participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was going to get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour because it was so hot when he came here last time. So I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF. It was the end of August.
Oh, it was end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
A couple of weeks before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Now, Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away, and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't.
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you
Last
have to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. If we don't know how to win there. that's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have, not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how to
so
fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off, and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have some besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it playing, and the
We're working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
Well, we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, we're doing other things that other kids.
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not going to pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was going to say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah, oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawes?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor Noe is going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's
I
gonna
was
have to
gonna say, do
step
we
it on
have,
up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply, again, contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing you all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.